All right, we are back here with Courtney. Courtney DeWalter is leading the women's race, sitting in around 6th place overall, and she is just above Uray on the Bear Creek climb out of town. We were talking a little bit about splits. You were looking up, Jeff, your one of your previous races where you finished in round
25:42 in 2016,
and comparing splits. And Courtney was about 20 minutes ahead of those.
Yeah, about 20 minutes ahead of those splits out of Uray. So she's she's a really good climber with poles. So like having a Nordic ski background.
For sure.
So she's a really strong climber.
In her element right here.
Yeah, she's in her element right now climbing up this.
And we'll remind everyone the current course record overall is held by Katie Scheid at 25:50. That was in the counterclockwise direction. In the clockwise direction, Courtney holds the record in 26:11. So she is currently tracking ahead of both of those times right now. And we're back in the Uray aid station. Great shot of the big Uray aid mile 44. We're going to have a steady stream of runners coming in there over the next number of hours.
If you're just joining us, this is Uray aid station. We're waiting for the next runner here.
All right, if you are just joining us, we are about 10 and a half hours into this year's edition of the Hardrock Endurance Run. Give everyone a bit of a recap on what's going on both the men's and women's field and the race out here. We've got on the men's side of things, returning, defending champion, one might say, Ludovic Pomeray. He is back. He is 50 years young, but he has the course record on this course and in a very, very incredibly fast 21 hours and 33 minutes. He's running ahead of those splits right now by a good 15 to 20 minutes. And he is probably 30 minutes ahead, around 30 minutes ahead of the second place man.
Jimmy Elam.
Jimmy Elam, who moved into second place not too long ago. It was just out of the Uray. Tom Evans was in second, and we did get visuals thanks to our amazing runner cam. You can go back on the first stream if you want to see the pass that happened on the climb out of Uray. We saw Jimmy Elam and his pacer pass Tom Evans. So Jimmy Elam currently sitting in second and Tom Evans in third. Jason Schlarb is with pacer, and he is in fourth right now.
Yeah.
Behind them, we had Dylan Bowman and Ryan Smith. Sorry, Ryan Smith first, and then Dylan Bowman. David Ayala as well. He was ahead. He was ahead of Dylan. So fairly.
And Jason Schlarb in fourth. I think Ryan Smith in fifth.
David in sixth.
I think David is in sixth, and then Courtney, perhaps?
And then Courtney.
Or
and
we're
then
not
Dylan.
sure. We're not.
David left Uray right ahead of Courtney.
We have no idea. We're not sure if he's in front of her or behind her.
Yeah. But in the men's field, there's some pretty tight racing going on in the second through sixth or seventh place. Yes, to all you kids out there, I just said 6'7". I know it's dead, but and then on the women's side of things, it has thus far in the race been the Courtney show. She has essentially led from the line and is creating a bit of a gap on second place Kareth Arnold. About 40 minutes at this point. Kareth just left the Uray aid station, and we are going to be anticipating our third place female next into Uray. Last we had eyes on runners, that would have been Tara Dower. We are not sure if she's still sitting in that position, but coming up behind her, we had the likes of
Jenny Pierce, Aaron Shaw, looks like.
Yes. Jenny Pierce, Aaron Shaw, both mothers as well. Shout out to the moms. and then Bailey Eppard and Darla Askew.
And this is a shot here currently of David Ayala.
Yeah.
Climbing up Bear Creek. We're not sure if he's in front of... Is he behind Courtney? Yes. He's behind Courtney. We just got a confirmation that he is... Oh, that's right. Courtney passed him in town.
Courtney passed him in town because she essentially ran every step out of town, and there's a short little pitch going up to Box Canyon that she continued running and he was hiking, so she passed him at that point. But David Ayala, he is rocking some what looks to be sun protection there on the head. He's bringing all the fashion. He had a backwards visor on earlier. Now he's got like
some kind of bandana.
A handkerchief draped, and he looks like he is with Pacer. He's 4th place male last year. Knows this course well, and
he's been here a while.
Yeah,
training on the course. He was training with Ludo, I think, a little bit too.
Yep, his partner is currently they're expecting their second child. So Jason Schlarb's wife, I understand, is basically due.
Yes,
right now. She's 40 weeks pregnant, but she wanted him to race, so he is out there. Yeah, I think we're seeing the women's field stretch apart a bit more and more. The men's field kind of remains, those top 10 are pretty dang close to one another, to the point where there could be, a variety of things go down. I mean, Ludo is extending his lead, and we heard from our on-the-ground camera that he hit the top of this climb and started descending so fast that it made the runner cam's heart rate go up to around 170. So I'd say he's feeling pretty good and just doing what he does, flying on the descents here.
So we have Ludo has been through Engineer in 4:08 time of day, 4:08 p.m., and his former course record from 2 years ago, he came through in 4:29.
So he is 20 minutes ahead of his
21 minutes ahead of his own course record splits right now.
Wow.
And he's been running strong so far. I haven't seen him falter at all. He's just been executing like the veteran he is.
He was loping down Camp Bird at what we heard was a 8 or 9 mile per hour pace, and then Gus Gibbs on the runner cam said, and 10 miles an hour.
So he was pushing 6 to 7 minute pace on the downhill down Camp Bird Road. So
currently on the dog cam.
Yeah, you guys think about that after 13,000 feet of climbing and 40
descending
and 40 some miles into the race.
Exactly. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just continuing to prove that I feel like he and this course get along very, very well.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the Uray aid station. Got a beautiful
This is the dog cam.
There. The dog cam. Got to bring you some dogs. Surprised we didn't do that in Telluride, but there's a lot of dogs in Uray too. That is a good-looking pup right there. Hanging out with Tara Dower's crew there, waiting for her to arrive. Flynn Park is full of spectators. Yeah, funny story. Someone said the closest McDonald's to Uray is 35 miles, so they couldn't live there. That's true. It's in Montrose. A funny story, like probably 20 years ago, they tried to put a Subway, another dog, they tried to put a Subway in Uray, and it didn't survive. Like, it was there for like 6 months, and then it was gone. It's just like, people don't want to go to Uray for fast food. Like, you got to go for, quaint little bakeries and other spots, so... there's a lot of really good food spots. The Timberline Deli is great for sandwiches. The Brick House is delicious for dinner. We are all over these dogs. Man, this is a Mountain Outpost presenting the Hardrock Endurance Run, also the Uray Dog Show. We're getting all the breeds. I'm gonna have to tell my husband to bring our dog out there, although she'll probably freak out. We might not want to do that. So many dogs.
I'm trying to pull up, I'm going to pull up Courtney's course record splits. Previous splits. Yeah, she's it was 22 minutes up on her course record split of 26:11 from 2024 in this direction, clockwise direction, in Uray.
Wow, impressive.
So, like I said, she's right in there. She's right now on a low 25 pace.
Low 25 pace. And I feel like we've, the story of her races sometimes she's not felt great early on, and then she's really been strong in the second half. And sometimes, I don't know. I think this is a really, really steady, seemingly she's feeling great, early, which is an awesome sign. So this could be very exciting. We could be for sure on course record watch on both sides, honestly.
Yep.
And that is unreal to think that, Ludo is also ahead of a 21:33 kind of pace. Okay. That looks like Eliza LaPierre to me. I think that's Eliza.
I think so too, and that would put her in third, right?
Yes, it would.
So she is somewhere along the line has passed Tara Dower.
She is very close to the aid station now. Eliza, a very, very much a veteran of the sport of trail and ultra running. She also has run Hardrock in the past, actually last year. So this is going to make her a true hard rocker if and when she finishes this year. Knows the course, and I could also imagine her maybe being excited about this direction and those down the ramps kind of opportunity. No stranger to very difficult races.
Yeah, I was saying that she's not even on the open split times list at this point.
Did we lose her?
There she is.
Well, she's been running ultra since 2004. She's a finisher of Cocodona 250. She has her own 50K called the Eliza LaPierre Fan Club Trail Race.
Oh, really?
Yep. Here she is coming in. I believe she is sponsored by Untapped Maple and maybe even works for them as well. So could be partaking in many a maple syrup gel out there on course today. In May of this year, she ran Cruel Jewel 50 miler as prep.
I'm guessing that probably what's happening is her spot tracker is not working at all.
Well, we will see, but we
can't tell. Can't you tell?
It's got to be her. It looks like her. Just in how she's moving and everything, I feel like I'm like almost 95%. Maybe not. Maybe that's a guy.
Oh, there's a ponytail, but maybe it is a guy.
So sorry, guys, if we have misidentified this runner.
I can't find a bib number. It's all crumpled up.
Our apologies. We're doing our best out here. We're going to try to find out who this runner is.
Is this Alex Docta?
Was he in the all blue? Yeah. Our apologies, guys. My fault. Thought this was Eliza LaPierre, but it is indeed not. It is one of our other male runners. I think it is Alex Docta. It looks like.
Yeah, sorry, Alex.
I remember the kit.
All you could see was the ponytail. We
Alex,
couldn't see the face.
You're awesome.
It's sometimes a little choppy.
You were moving smooth into that. This is why we wait. I was almost certain, but Alex Docta into Uray. And shout out to Eliza, who's also out there. She's out there. She's making her way. So we still have not seen our third place female into Uray yet.
Someone was asking me on the, is Jimmy's strength on the uphills and Ludo's on the downhills? Does Jimmy need to almost catch Ludo by the top of handies to have a chance?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a really good question. I think at this point, he's got a good enough lead. If he can just maintain, you're not going to catch him because there's so much downhill running still
to come.
Yeah, I mean, there is the chance that if he can get within a certain distance of Ludo, if Ludo starts to fade a little and Jimmy's able to kind of maintain a good solid pace like he's doing now, the whole Pole Creek section could be beneficial for someone for Jimmy's skill set. Because it's like this grindy 11.6 to 12.6, like long, grindy uphill section. So there could be a benefit there. But, I mean, I have to say, at this point, Ludo's – if I'm a betting man, I'm not betting against Ludo.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. I mean –
Yeah. And just hearing, from our runner cam that – he got dropped basically.
Yeah.
On going down Engineer Pass
legs.
Road. That's a sign that he's feeling really strong. I've seen Ludo. If you're just joining us, I've talked about this a couple of times, but I've watched Ludo descend here in training, and he can really bomb downhill. He's just really smooth.
So we believe on your screen we've got Alex Docta in the Uray aid station, mile 44, having a discussion with his crew.
It looks like him and Jeff Rome are both in Uray at the moment, according to the open split times. No, he's got to be out of there. Maybe they missed him? It's showing Jeff Rome still there, but we're not sure.
It looks like there's another group over there, maybe with a runner. That looks like...
Because Jeff Rome came in at 4:11.
That looks like Tara's crew over there. We may be also just giving space to runners if...
Oh.
Hard to know. We will keep you informed as we get confirmation on things, but there is a chance that maybe we also have Tara Dower in aid and not, just honoring her privacy to give her a moment.
Yeah, I can't tell who that is over there.
I can't tell who it is either. I just know a lot of the crew that's Rachel Entrican, so I kind of would imagine maybe she's there. But we do want to, give some privacy to runners. This is hard race. And people are going to be going through some things that, there's a good chance they might not want on camera, which is absolutely fine. We will respect that first and foremost. Our job is to tell the story of the race, but it is not to invade anyone's privacy. Needless to say, this is 44 miles into the race. There's still 6 68 or so miles, 66. It's 100.8.
100.2.
100.2. It's right.
No, wait. It's 102.
Or 101.8, something like that. Yeah, it's I think it's just over. Here's another fun fact. I think my Uncle Rick might be the only person to wheel the entire course to get the exact mileage.
What?
With an actual physical mileage wheeler. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Things that people do.
Yeah, before GPS.
Before GPS, we didn't have that. They had to know how long it was. So yeah, this is back in the 90s.
Oh, here we go. We might have a shot of Ludo, maybe.
Oh yeah. Man!
So
look at this.
This is Engineer coming off of Engineer Pass. He would have climbed up out of Engineer Aid Station at Tree Line up onto the top of this and gained the road. Now you're dropping this road all the way down to Grouse before you would start to climb up to American Basin, and the 14 are on the course handies.
Everyone, this is Ludovic Pomeroy, race leader, outrunning a four-wheel drive ATV on a Jeep road, thanks to the Morton Skycam. Ludo and Pacer. This is an awesome drone shot.
And right now he's about at the last checkpoint at Engineer on the top of Engineer, Engineer Aid Station. He was about 21 minutes up on his course record pace from 2024. He has been charging today.
He is. He's been on a mission.
And you can kind of see where this road is in the scene now. He's going to traverse over and drop down that whole road that you can see and keep dropping all the way to not the one in the foreground to the right, but the other road that goes off to the right.
Yeah, so this is also another kind of there is some climbing on it, but runnable descent that exists this direction, that on the other direction,
you have to grind up this.
Grindy, long.
Yeah, all long. Yeah, again, if you're not familiar with this course, in this direction clockwise, they switch it every year, clockwise, counterclockwise. The clockwise year typically is considered a little faster because you are running down a series of ramps and going up the walls. So it's walls and ramps. And in the other direction, you're going up the ramps and down the walls. So it's really, really steep descents, a majority of them. So in this direction, there's a lot more runnable. There's Campbird Road. There's this road. That's
road into Sherman.
Yep, the road down to Sherman. It's maybe 2.5, 3 miles. So there's multiple sections where if you're a good downhill runner and you have legs, you can really put some space on your competitors. Someone said here, Tom said he's running his own race, regardless of other movements, but it seems like he got a little caught up with Ludo early. And because they were together through Grant Swamp Pass, I saw them there around 18, or I guess that would be 15 in. But Ludo made a huge move on the downhill. And that's, I think, where he got his initial gap, was off of Grant Swamp, because they were together this morning there.
So quick shout out to also I Run Far doing some reporting. Go give them a follow on Instagram. They had reported that Ludo Pomeroy was leading at mile 52 at the Engineer Aid. Surpassed the halfway point, and you can see the miles in his legs, at least his uphill legs. He passed through in 10:06, which is 21 minutes faster than his current record pace. So maybe feeling the climbs just a little bit, but that being said, he's 20 minutes ahead of his own splits. So I'd be surprised if he wasn't. And as we have seen here, his descending is looking very, very solid still.
Well, and I would also argue that Ludo's his form can look deceiving because he kind of has kind of a lopey stride. But he has a really, really good, like, all around mountain runner, in an excellent descender. So he makes up for it on the downhills, but he's also a good climber. Like, I've seen him, hang with Francois on climbs. So,
for sure.
And Francois is one of the best.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he knows how to use his poles. I mean, he comes from a ski mountaineering background as well, so he has a lot of time with poles and that hiking form.
Yep. If you are just joining us, thanks so much for being here. We are excited to be bringing you the race for the 4th, 5th, something like that, year in a row here at Mountain Outpost. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Give us a quick like.
And if you're just joining us, this is Ludo Pomeray in the lead, 21 minutes ahead of his course record pace at the moment. And he's on coming off Engineer Pass, heading to Grouse Gulch.
Huge shout out to the drone camera operators out there.
Yeah, this is a cool shot.
Really cool. We're bringing you guys everything from up close follow cams right behind, bike cams on descents, drone footage from fairly close up to very, very far away where you can see the entire landscape that the runners are traversing here. This is one of the less technical sections of the course, but still it's probably a lot rockier than you can see or tell from this far up.
It is rocky.
It is still a Jeep road. Look at him. He's just loping down this thing. He is moving.
He's still moving well.
He is. And he does kind of just have that, like, that's like how he runs. Like, he kind of is a bit like that low.
I think he has a very unique form for ultra running.
He does. Like the gym form without the kickback, the paw back, and the heel lift. I wonder who's pacing him. Oh, we might have a quick little stop. All right. Well, we might pan away. There we go. We're gonna let it. Sometimes you gotta stop for a second.
Yeah. Sometimes when you gotta go.
Sometimes those downhills.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a good sign. We like people continuing to pee on the course. Like, this is important. Shows hydration. Very critical. So if anyone asks how we navigate that situation, we're just going to bring you back to Uray. Back to Uray as we await other runners coming in here. They have spread out quite a bit.
Someone was asking, where does everyone stand on pacers for elites and ultra races? I'd prefer them not to use them. We had this conversation earlier, so if you're just joining us.
Yes, we'll repeat ourselves a little bit, but there's a lot of question and debate right now, at least in the elite field, around pacers at races. So, Jeff, what is your take?
My take is we shouldn't have them.
There you go.
I agree. I agree with Jim Walmsley on this. I think if you're going to be in the elite lineup, we'd have to come up with a policy. I do think that they're good for the middle, the back of the pack. I wouldn't want to get rid of that tradition in the U.S. I think it's cool. It's what we were founded on. But I do think the elites, there's too much. We're all trying to find an edge, and there's too much. Like, you can put your pacer in front of you and make you pace you and push hard when it's a more level playing field if we just don't have them. Come on, we don't need them.
Oh, spicy.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm opinionated on this one.
I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I think that for a course like Hardrock and kind of the safety aspect, I think they should still be allowed. I think I'd tend to agree that maybe a short race like a Black Canyon 100K or something like that, maybe we eliminate them just so that we don't, because they are unnecessary. It's not a safety issue.
Let me throw something out.
Okay, all right, we're debating.
Okay, I like the western states. I think it's been.
Okay, what do you think? Pacer, no pacer? Put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I personally think that there's been some like pushing the envelope at Western States, and there's been some, I've heard through the grapevine, some cheating, and in the elite fields of like extra cooling on the way to aid stations, that their pacer was carrying extra water. You eliminate it if you take away pacers for the elites. That way they can't cheat. You have to carry your stuff. They can't carry in. And at Hardrock, I've done every Hardrock except one where I had someone join me at Cunningham to the finish, so the last 8 miles. I've done them all solo, 7 finishes, all through the hard sections and the scary sections where I've seen mountain lions in the middle of the night and faced them off. And you just got to know what to do. That's all.
All right. Here's the other side. I think that, there are people in this sport, even at the elite level, that benefit or don't benefit from pacers. And my argument is that many of the people who are saying no one should be allowed to have pacers might not benefit from having a pacer, so they're going to go with that because they want to level the playing field. I think that, thinking about, again, back to the safety piece, I'm not saying I am pro pacer in every circumstance. I too have actually, seen it wasn't a pacer, it was actually a teammate of somebody else who actually filled water for somebody at a race in a kind of front end and let them just run through the aid station. So that kind of stuff has got to stop. Like, we cannot have that happening. Everybody needs to follow the same rules. But I think that, in the dark, exposure, safety, I think those are things that maybe need to be considered for allowing people to have pacers. I don't know. It's up in the air. Let us know what you guys think. Most European races, no pacers allowed. That being said, they're also a lot larger races. So you could say you're around people a bit more, making it maybe a little safer. I don't know. I think there's maybe it's an ongoing conversation. And at some point, we're also probably going to have to separate. If you are an elite, you are going to follow these rules in order to participate in the quote-unquote elite field. Yeah,
and this is mainly in context of in the U.S. of elite fields. I think we should have pacers at a certain, if you're a middle, the back of the pack runner. Like, I think that tradition is a really cool one in the U.S.
It is, because a lot of the times those people, that is how you create memories for doing this. Like, you're not being paid to do this sport. You're out there to make memories and to share the experience with other people or your significant other. So I think that is one component that makes the sport really cool. Euro style. Got a lot of no pacers in here. A lot of people agreeing.
Yeah, I don't think we need them.
Jeff, give us your mountain lion technique. Avoid them.
Face them with your lights and blind them and yell at them and back away.
Throw stuff.
And as soon as you can't see their glowing eyes, you run for 40 yards, stop, scan for eyes, run for 40 yards.
You do have a protocol.
I've had to do it multiple times. I've seen 5 mountain lions in my 5,500 miles or 100 milers.
All right.
Because I always do no pacers.
Yeah.
I'm solo. I'm not talking. And sometimes in the front. You scare stuff up in the front.
Yeah. This is a beautiful shot. Thank you to these drone shots and our drone pilots out there. Earlier, we did have visual on your race leader, Ludovic Pomeray, making his way on Engineer Pass Road. Perfect. Here you go. For everyone just joining, this is a current breakdown of our top 10 on the men's side. Looking like around 35-minute gap from first to second. And here are your women. This is what we believe to be the current top 10 on the women's side and the separation between each. Can see a little bit of kind the red there. There's, if you drive from Uray to Silverton, you'll see there's 3 very distinct red mountains, red 1, 2, and 3. Really unique looking.
At Scotty Lincoln said, use the mountain lion as a pacer.
Oh, God. Yeah, you'll never run faster in your life.
I have to say, that year I saw 2 in Pole Creek, and I was by myself, and I definitely hammered for about 20 minutes once I was out of range.
One way to get adrenaline going.
Yeah, but then I felt it after Pole Creek aid station. There's a climb up to go up and over to Maggie's, and I was like, it was like someone turned the main reactors off.
Dang. Yeah, that
I burned so many matches.
You thinned out the peanut butter like really thin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Section right
there wasn't very much peanut butter left.
Skycam giving you some visuals of Engineer Pass Road. We still looking at Engineer Pass? I think so.
Is there a way to put the top 10 men and top 10 women up a little longer for a second? Just so we can see it? There's a request. We're working on that, whoever asked that.
Yeah, but we can run through, at least on the men's side, see if we can do it by memory. Ludovic Pomeroy leading by probably about 35 minutes over Jimmy. Oh, there it is.
Jimmy Elam. Looks like Jason Slarb. No, we're missing.
Yeah, we're missing Ryan Smith in there. I think we believe he's in 3rd still. So if you put Ryan Smith, then Jason Schlarb,
and we're missing Tom Evans. So this is not correct.
Okay. We believe it to be Ludovic Pomeroy, Jimmy Elam, Tom Evans, Ryan Smith, Jason Schlarb, or one of the. I don't know if Jason's in 4th.
We're not sure if Jason's in 4th or 5th.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Going over to the women, this appears to be correct from what we have seen. There could be some shakeups and some changes in that 3rd through probably 6th area, but definitely Courtney is squarely in the lead right now, ahead of Kareth Arnold by about 45 minutes. We have definitely had eyes on both those 2 women in and out of Uray aid station. And right now on your screen, that is Kareth Arnold being paced by Lindsay Allison in front of her. So Kareth is the Hardrock runner in the bucket hat.
And she's in 2nd place, about 46 minutes behind Courtney.
Yep. Kareth having a really, really strong looking day so far.
Somebody said Tom pinged through engineer 9 minutes back from Jimmy. So Jimmy put almost 9 minutes on him.
Woo, in that climb.
In that climb up to engineer.
Man. Yeah, because he came in, they were in the aid station together, but very briefly, or Tom had already left Uray when Jimmy came in. That's impressive. I mean, you said it, Jimmy's. And we also saw Jimmy taking the descent down Camp Bird, maybe just maybe he wasn't hammering.
Yep.
I don't know, just smoothly playing to his strengths. He said he's an excellent climber, so evidenced by him catching and passing and putting time on Tom Evans.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, this is Kareth Arnold, is 2nd in the women's race. She's about 46 minutes back at the last checkpoint from our women's leader, Courtney Dauwalter.
Correct. This is Kareth and pacer Lindsay Allison. Kareth is in the bucket hat, Lindsay Allison in front of her. They are both ultra athletes, so they are teammates, hence why they're wearing kind of matching kits. You have a 70-year-old male in the field this year. Absolutely incredible, impressive. I think there's also a woman who is in her mid to late 60s. So some folks out there who are going to be spending possibly 2 nights, the 48-hour cutoff. I don't know, I shouldn't say that. Who knows? Maybe the 70-year-old's going to rock it and crush in 35 hours. But runners do have 48 hours to complete the Hardrock. Current course record is 21:33 by Ludovic Pomeray. He is trending ahead of that time right now. It's definitely hard to keep track of people's kits. A lot of people with similar branding sometimes, or similar, just the classic black and white kit, white top, black bottoms.
Yep.
Kareth is moving well. She is steady up this climb. It is a fair amount steeper than what it looks like on your screen right there.
And looks like we've got another shot over to the on the screen left that I can't. Is that another shot of Ludo? That may be Ludo. So that would be our men's leader, Ludo Pomeray. He's ahead of his course record split from 2024 in this direction, where he ran 21:33.
21:33.06. Now 3 men pinging out of the engineer aid station, looking again like Jimmy Elam is about 10 minutes ahead of Tom Evans. This is a really cool shot. As we see a race leader, Ludovic Pomeray, on the left of your screen, and second place female, Kareth Arnold, on the right. Thank you to our entire team for the split screen here, following both the men's and women's front end of the race. Run, not a race, run.
It's a race.
I mean,
for the front it is.
Okay,
Come on. Everybody calls it a run, but let's be honest here.
There is a fair amount
We're trying to like bury each other at the front.
Of course, of course. Competition is competition. Ludo, I feel like one of his signatures is the calf sleeves or the tall socks.
Always.
He's always got some good compression going on those lower limbs.
Yep.
Like he's having fun out there. Just flying down this thing. Ludovic Pomeray somehow also finds a way to land himself in the top 5 or top 10 of UTMB most years he runs it, it seems. His last few years have been very, very impressive. Yeah, you can see it from this view that it's not totally smooth, you know. There's some rockiness on this, and there's probably some dips and some ruts.
Yeah, it's really rocky down towards the bottom. It is not a smooth road at all. We had to drive up part of it to mark course.
Okay. Ludo ran the 4th of July Silverton Blue Ribbon 5K.
Oh, he did?
He did. He got 45th place. Ran a 39-minute 5K.
I love it.
He partook in the Silverton festivities, the 4th of July 5K. Gotta love that. Doesn't care what it does to his ultra sign up. All right, so just to give everyone an update here, I know that everyone, big fans of Tara Dower in the chat, people following along. We've gotten word that she did come into the Uray aid station, asked for some privacy, which we absolutely gave to her. She did get crewed in there and has recently left. So good news, Tara Dower continuing on. after battling through what appeared to be some early lows for sure, and struggling. If you're unaware, just 13 days ago, Tara Dower ran a extraordinarily fast, something like a 16:45, 16:30, 15.
16:30. She got sixth place at Western States.
Sixth place at Western, but ran the 8th fastest time in Western States history on the women's side. So
she might be a little tired.
She might be tired, and that is absolutely fine. We are all cheering for her and hoping she is able to continue on if she decides to. But word from that crew, and we're going to honor her privacy. A lot of love and shouts for Tara in the chat. Right now, her teammate, Kareth Arnold, is on the screen. Kareth took a little different approach this year, turned down a golden ticket that she earned at Canyons 100K to focus only on Hardrock. We know it's been done before. Courtney Dauwalter doing the triple Western States, Hardrock, UTMB, winning all of them, setting course records in 2 of the 3, I believe. So that was an unreal year, and Courtney Dauwalter is leading the women's race here at Hardrock this year. Thank you very much, 16:13 for Tara. That is so fast.
I saw a little bit of talk in the feed that about some possible issues with like the tracker. I would tell everyone we've had some pretty big issues with trackers today. So, it pings about every 10 minutes. So and sometimes it can go and miss like a couple of pings. So it could be 45 minutes and it just draws straight lines.
Yeah.
So don't rely on the tracker data to see if like someone cut the course or something. It's very unreliable data in that.
It could be a GPS ping.
Yeah, it could just be the GPS ping drawing a straight line between the 10-minute pings. It's not like your watch where it's pinging it every 5 seconds or 1 second. So just FYI for anybody out there that's talking about some of the stuff on the tracker, I would put your mind at ease and don't worry about it.
For sure.
And I would say for Tara, like the Hardrock, the Western States Hardrock double, it's normally 19 days and it's 13 days this year. Every once in a while it's 2 weeks, depending on how the weekends hit for July and for the last weekend of June for Western States. So I've done it a couple of times, and Courtney's done it. It's a lot easier when it's 19 days versus 13. I feel for Tara. It's hard if you really raced hard at Western States and then you turn right back around and come here and you got to get acclimated and get here. It's hard to recover. So I can see why she would want a little privacy right now. It's probably a little bit of a struggle bus today. I wouldn't doubt.
There are 5 runners out there doing this the double, but just to put it in perspective, Tara ran 3.5 hours faster than any of those other individuals who are doing this double at Western. So absolutely just, went to the well at Western to run the time she did. But shout out to Mark Marzin, Gang Quinn, Alan Barachevic, and Vishal Sani, who are all out there on the Hardrock course doing the double as well.
It's a hard double. And someone asked if I have the record. I used to have the record. Courtney broke my record
when she did her
a few years ago. She's the current double holder.
When she set the then record for Western, the 15:40 or the 15:29, and then ran Hardrock
like in 27 or 26 something.
Yeah, this is a great visual of just the drop off and the exposure on the top of the Bear Creek climb. You're on real shaly stuff, and off to the right there. You do not want to step wrong. Goes down many hundred feet.
500 feet, probably?
Yep.
Yes. Is this, on the left, is this the climb up to Engineer? Yeah, so this shot on the left is climbing up to Engineer after Engineer Aid Station, which is at the tree line. And then it climbs up and gains Engineer Pass Road, which is then you start descending. There's a couple little ups, but it's mostly descending on a pretty pretty rocky four-wheel drive road.
Where we saw Ludo?
Yeah, where we saw Ludo earlier. If you've been with us for a bit.
Yeah, so I think this is Jimmy Elam.
Yeah, Jimmy Elam in second place.
The pole placement. Thank you, Zach Marion, for telling us this is how he holds the poles out to the side.
He does. He has a very distinct.
Yeah, the poles.
Yeah, he has a very distinct form.
It's one way to avoid like under the arm chafing from the pole usage. Just get him out there wide.
Yeah.
Maybe he does. Maybe he lifts weights like that. Like just work those muscles, work the traps.
Yeah, he needs to pull through a little more. He'll get more power.
We now have Jeff Browning giving
coaching tips,
on-air advice to Jimmy Elam, who's in second place.
He needs to go watch. He needs to go watch my YouTube coaching tip that's on Inginji's YouTube channel. Go watch that on how to pull through.
I'm relaying from Zach Marion. When's the last time you got second at Hardrock?
True.
I'm throwing shade at you,
I've
Jeff.
won Hardrock.
Oh, right back at Zach Marion.
Yeah.
I am the intermediary here.
Yeah. It was a long time ago. Oh, I'm getting old, man. Dang. It's still fun to be here, though.
What year was it?
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
In the house, Hardrock champion, 2018 champion, Jeff Browning.
Oh, man. And that was back when Charlie marked the course, so there's hardly any course markers. And I turned around in the middle of the night and burned a whole hour.
Oh, no.
Going backwards.
Dang.
When you add it all up, I went back to Strava and checked it all out. I was like, an hour? I would have PR'd. Dang it. But
so I have a fun fact about the whole back and forth. Well, I don't think that Western States can be run in the opposite direction. It could be. You could run it, but they've never done it as a race. But for Hardrock, I learned from my uncle who helped create the course that they did originally early on. I said, did they always talk about reversing directions, like from the get-go? And he said, no, early on they actually did think about and they wanted to have it start in the different towns every year. So it would rotate from starting in Uray, starting in Silverton, starting in Telluride. But at that time, apparently Telluride and Uray did not want the race to start in town.
And Silverton embraced it.
So Silverton just was the starting point, and then they decided every other year we'll switch directions since it is a giant loop.
This is a great shot. You can see that where the trail comes up onto the road in this left split, and then right below that white truck, and then you get on the road, you climb a little more and then they go right on this across that kind of scree field on the road. And then you start bombing down to grouse.
So right here, is it going to start descending?
Yeah, he starts descending right here.
All right, and we are going to get some visuals on what Jimmy Elam looks like in terms of his form on the downhill.
Probably putting poles away, I'm sure.
Putting poles away, going back into that kind of short gate that we saw on Camp Bird Road, but short, but obviously efficient and quick because... Yeah,
he's always been, like, I've run with him a few times, and he's got a really high cadence. Quick feet, high cadence, shorter stride.
Dang. Or really long legs.
And sometimes after climbing this long, it takes a little bit for your legs to come around.
Yeah.
After you start the descent, you're like, okay, I need 100 yards, 200 yards, and then all of a sudden the legs start working right.
Switch muscles. Right, again, Kareth Arnold on the climb, Bear Creek. Fairly exposed, steep. Couple miles until she's going to get into the treed area. Still above, probably at maybe 9,000 feet now. Oh, she's probably gone up 1,000 or 2,000 feet. She is sitting in second place. All right, so right now on your split screen, we are looking at second place on both sides, the men and women's divisions of the Hardrock Endurance Run 2026, Jimmy Elam and Kareth Arnold. Second place, Jimmy is descending Engineer Pass Road, and Kareth is climbing up out of Uray on the Bear Creek Trail.
Someone was saying, do I think that someone's catching Ludo? He'd have to have a pretty big blow up. He's got a good lead. If he can just keep moving well, I think it's going to be tough for them to catch him. We'll see. But I think Ludo is already, you can tell Ludo was descending faster than Jimmy. So even if Jimmy's gaining on him on the climbs, which is debatable, I don't know if he can close this gap. We'll see. He would have to really charge to close the gap. And Ludo's got a lot of experience, and I would say, third year in a row on the course, being here for a month every year, doing multiple soft rocks and knowing this course really well, knowing where to push and where to leverage. I think it would be tough to reel him in. Yeah,
for those who don't know, a soft rock is when you cover the entire course in like 3 to 4 days. 3 is kind of the standard, right?
Yep.
So a lot of people will do that as recon. Also, I think it's good to do. I think he says he likes to do that every year because he really likes to know what the conditions are. So, and then here we go on the right-hand side of your screen, third place female currently. This is Tara Dower. Looks like she is moving pretty well right there, and she is making her way out of Uray and up the back road behind Box Canyon Falls. It looks like she has picked up a pacer. Tara is, as many know, one of the toughest, grittiest people out there, and evidenced by her obviously experiencing some lows early on in the race, that she is continuing to power on, dig super deep, find a way to put one foot in front of the other, and she is doing awesome, sitting in third place on the women's side right now. Also with her is, I think that's Paul Terranova, if I recognize the kit correctly. I believe that's Paul Terranova and Pacer.
Yeah, that is Paul Terranova. Somebody was saying I should go pace Arlen. I can. I'm pacing David Aiello tonight.
You already got pacer duty.
Yeah, I already got pacer duty. I got to go try to sleep for a few hours and then wake up sometime early Saturday morning in the dark and be ready to go.
Yeah, someone in the chat said Tara hanging in there, and ironically, on the shirts that were made for her by Death March Running Company that all of her crew is wearing, it says "hang in there," and there's like a cat hanging awesome. from like a fire or something. It's very cool artwork, but ironically, that is a slogan that's on the shirt of her crew right now. She is doing just that.
So somebody was asking about course markers, and they said they can't really see course markers. The way I help mark course every year, and it is probably more minimally marked than your average ultra, but it is marked. This is a very rugged terrain to mark in. Sometimes it's hard to even find a place. It's above tree lines, so you can't really use a flag. So you have to have like these big kind of heavy gauge wire pins that have reflective flags on them that we have to try to stick in the tundra, and sometimes it's so rocky you have to build them into cairns, and it's kind of it can be a pain. So typically we mark 1 before a turn on the side of the turn, 2 after the turn, and then we try to do confidence ones about every half a mile or so in between. or any major intersections. Like I said, we'd have one before and two after. But again, there's moose and elk and herds on this course. They eat the markers sometimes. The wind blows it over because it can get really windy up on top.
Ludovic Pomeroy, real quick coming in.
We definitely recommend having the GPX route on your watch and your phone in this course.
Sure.
There is you do have to navigate sometimes.
Amazing drone shot here.
This is one of my favorite spots on the course. Grouse aid station, Grouse Gulch. This is where if you're ever going to climb Handies, this is one of the main places you'd park and where this aid station is, and you'd climb up into American Basin, where I got pinned down for 70 minutes in 2014 in a crazy lightning storm. Almost got struck by lightning on top of Handies. Woo. It struck 40 yards in front of me on the summit.
That is scary.
In the dark.
That is scary.
It was really scary.
Ludovic Pomeroy here. Over to
the Grouse
Gulch aid. It looks like, I don't know.
In and out.
Is that the aid station right there?
Yep. It's
just
it's the first tent. Yeah.
Okay.
They have another tent you could go to. You just have to go to the first tent.
So you just go in and then you turn and go back out?
Yeah, and you go back out up just right here. You'll see he'll go onto the trail right here in about 40 yards. It's just a quick out and back. But somebody was saying that Ludo was on the climb out of Uray was about 2 minutes faster than Jimmy. So if Jimmy's strength is the uphill,
it didn't work there.
It didn't work there.
Needless to say, we are finding that Ludo, as you mentioned, ahead of the race, has no weaknesses, and that is his strength. So he is doing well on the climbing and the descending and the flats. Man, he's looking really strong. He's just moving. He's such a machine. Just like he's Energizer Bunny. He's so consistent, and he just
very consistent.
Runs everything that's runnable. Looks like maybe we're doing a crew stop here. Yeah, because that's his pacer right there. I feel like, I don't know, because I don't know who that is, but I feel like maybe one of his pacers looks like they're about half his age. That's awesome. Got the Hoka crew in there.
I have to say, as you age, it's harder and harder to find people to run with that are your age if you're still fast.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. It is. It's one of the cool things about the sport, right?
Yeah.
You know, on the podium, we can have a separation of 20 or 30 years. That's not uncommon.
Yeah, and that's not normal in other sports.
No. So here we've got Ludovic Pomeroy being crewed. There's an aerial shot there.
Yeah, so you can see there's a sign that says no crewing beyond this point. So there's some cones.
So that's, yeah.
So you can crew on this road in that little out and back section. It's right before you go back onto the trail.
Yep.
So they've set up with a chair. He's, looks like they're rubbing his calves. It looks like some kind of, it's probably warm there right now. Again, this is like almost 11,000 feet at this spot.
I love that his pacers are like twinning. It's like, this is the pacer kit.
Oh, yeah.
Pacers are going to wear the same thing.
Yeah,
this is what
Pacers.
It looks like.
Yeah, the Pacers have the
exact same yellow hat.
Does Ludo have kids? He does, doesn't he?
I don't know. It's a good question. How cool would it be?
That would be cool if one of these is his kids.
That would be amazing.
I dream of that.
I know.
If my kids are listening right now, start running, please.
I know, right?
I won't want somebody to pace me. Okay, I go back on my pacing thing. Like, if my kid's going to pace me, I would have a pacer.
Okay, Jeff Browning. Now it's okay. See, that's where I was talking about the memories, man. It's all about the memories, the people that you share it with.
Yeah. Somebody was asking what sets Ludo apart from other runners. I mean, he's got like he's got so much experience. He's a great all-around mountain runner. He's a really good downhiller. He's been a ski mountaineer racer. I think too, like, veterans can be like we have such a foundation. We've been like training for 20, 30, 40 years. That endurance foundation, it's hard to replace that. Like if as long as you keep like doing all the hard work and the hard training, you're willing to put in the work, especially the speed work and the hard stuff, and you know yourself really well. You've usually figured out your hydration, your nutrition. You just know what to do. You're not experimenting. I think you know how to execute. You know how to run your own race. You know your own strengths, and you're willing to lean into those. That would be my take. I think that's why Ludo, shows up here and he does the work. I mean, one thing I've seen even in my own testing in labs, like my VO2 max hasn't changed since my 30s. If you're willing to keep doing the work every year in, year out, and not really take any time off, except for like strategic low volume phases where you don't lose your aerobic base, you can have a huge engine still in your 50s.
Okay, I got word that the youngest pacer is his nephew. Thank you, Shelby Johnson,
Awesome.
Giving us the intel that we all need. Nephew of Ludovic Pomeray.
That just left with him.
I think that...
Yeah, he looked like he was in his teens.
He did. That's awesome. How cool is this? Like, what are you doing? I'm just going to San Juan to pace my uncle Ludo at the Hardrock 100. Oh, yeah, by the way, he's winning.
Yeah, exactly.
So cool. He looked young. Love it.
I would say too, like Ludo puts in big volume too. He does, and has consistently done that for a long time.
Yeah,
and he's a true pro. Like this is one of the things that we're just now catching up in the U.S. of having true pros, where like we don't have to have a day job. Like I do still, but for the family of 5. But like if someone like Ludo, I'm sure he does not have a day job. I don't think he does.
He might actually. I feel like maybe I don't know. I shouldn't. Don't quote us.
Does anybody know any out there?
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know in the comments. Does anybody know that?
I'm supposed to tell Shelby hi, Denise Flory. We're now relaying messages through the chat. Ludo has 2 daughters who are 22 and 25. That's awesome.
Awesome.
And obviously some siblings and nephew here who is with him right now. Kind of love that it's in the family. Again, if you are just joining, this is your race leader of the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run, presented by Ultra, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. This is Ludo Pomeray, current defending champion and course record holder, leading again this year. 11 hours and 30 minutes lapsed into the race, and he is out of the Grouse Gulch aid station.
Let's look at
with his nephew as a pacer. Grouse is mile 58.2, so he has made extraordinarily quick work. Just think about this, people. Like an 11:30 100K.
On this course,
in these mountains, with this kind of terrain, at altitude, that is unreal. That is so fast. If you have been on any of this course, and I think sometimes, you just have to get on it to really know what it is and how hard it is. But that is incredibly fast and probably still tracking around 20 minutes ahead of his course.
I was trying to get that, but the old split was at Animas Fork, which would have been earlier, different mileage. So it's hard to get exactly how much ahead, but last checkpoint that was pretty consistent would be about 21 minutes ahead of his course record. He's still moving really well.
Super well. Big steps using the poles. Some awesome shots here. Race leader Ludo Pomeray, 50 years young. Oh, yeah, that's right. I do remember this. He was an air traffic controller, but someone read he just retired.
Ah,
This is a great way to just. My retirement is now to go win the biggest mountain races in the world. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The next gen behind Ludo, his nephew pacing him, getting a taste of the Hardrock 100 course. There with his uncle. Really cool. Love that. Oh boy, Nancy Hobbs is asking me, did I ever pace my Uncle Rick and did he use poles back in the day? Great questions. I never paced him. I think I was about 10 years old when he was winning because he was older. He was almost 50 when he won in the late 90s. No, I would have been maybe a little bit. I was born in 82, so a little bit older, but I remember being at the finish line and at the Rock at that time and seeing, Can of Mountain Dew on the top of the Rock when he finished because that was his signature. Never paced him. And I don't know if they used poles. I don't
no.
think so.
I mean, I got into the sport. I did my first Hardrock in '07, and no one had poles.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think it was also questionable how much, honestly, the nutrition piece was one of the main things that evolved to the point where the year that my Uncle Rick won, he had a chef fly in from Alaska that he had met and knew, and she was preparing all kinds of food. And before that, it was like he didn't eat anything for the first 40 miles of the race. And when you do that, you can't really continue on. So you got to figure out how to get some calories in at least. Yeah, so.
Yeah, the poles weren't light. They were like heavy.
Oh yeah, they were like heavy, like almost like ski poles, or just like
or heavy poles.
Heavy
like
hiking.
No
poles.
one used them.
No collapsibleness.
And even the race vests, there weren't race vests. They were like heavy packs that came from the backpacking industry. So
or they'd wear a fanny pack.
Yeah, so we either wore a fanny pack, or we carried I carried a light pack because Black Diamond had just come out with this really light pack, but I still had handhelds. It was just for my layers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I did 2 handhelds, 24-ounce bottles, like
the
hard
nice.
Specialized
hard
with
bottles.
with the Ultimate Direction neoprene handhelds.
Yes.
If anybody remembers those.
I love this comment. Ludo, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, he is clear for takeoff.
It's a great comment. To everyone who's here with us, this is the 2026 Hardrock 100 live stream presented by Ultra.
This is a really cool shot going up Grouse Gulch. It doesn't take very long to get above tree line on this route. This is one of the cooler sections of the course, in my opinion. I like this section, going up to Handy's.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Just what you imagine when you think of high alpine single track. Some cool pines that you're going to climb above to get above tree level. Just epic views everywhere. If you're just joining us, again, we have had 3 women in and out of the Uray aid station. Courtney DeWalter, 45 minutes later or so, Kareth Arnold. And then how much longer? Just a few minutes ago, we had Tara Dower leave Uray.
I can try to find that, but
they are quite separated, those front 3 women. Tara was out of Uray at 5:07. and Kareth at 4:13. It's about an hour.
Almost an hour. Yeah, 54 minutes. So,
and
pretty big gaps between first, second, and third in the women's race.
Who do we have on the right screen? Is that Jimmy Elam?
Yeah, that's Jimmy Elam coming down off Engineer on the road.
So we have two on your screen right now.
At the last checkpoint, Ludo was about 35 minutes ahead of Jimmy. And
more.
Yeah, 35 minutes, and Tom was 10 minutes behind Jimmy.
Yeah, so Jimmy put a significant amount of time on Tom between Uray and that. Well, when he passed him at the Bear Creek climb, and now.
If you want to see that pass, go back to the first recording on YouTube and go.
Yeah, we had it on Runner Cam.
Runner Cam, the pass. It was pretty cool.
These comments are great. Ladies and gentlemen, once Ludo is reaching the cruising altitude, we will serve complimentary drinks. Well, it is 5:39, so
it's about happy hour.
Local time. So if you care to partake in a beverage,
I only have 21 more minutes to be on the.
Oh, you lucky! I have a few more hours. Man, dang! Well, you got to go get out there and.
I have to get out and pace.
Go pace.
Somebody said something about a ribeye earlier. I might have to go get a ribeye, a handlebar, and a baked potato before I.
Sounds like some good pre-pacing.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuel. Again, men's 1 and 2 on your screen here. Ludo Pomeray on the left, Jimmy Elam on the right. Jimmy Elam, in speaking with him, he talked about just how he got a little bit of PTSD really early on, like in high school and college, because they would make him do the same races over and over again. And so when he got into ultra running, he said, I'm not going to do the same race twice ever. And I think it's a pretty cool thing because he's going after just bucket list, all the classics, like knocking down the list of some of the best courses and races out there. He loves and is extraordinarily good at that 100-mile distance, but also won the Mammoth 200 last year in 45 hours. Incredible time.
Yeah.
This is his first Hardrock. Exceptional mountain athlete, just such a solid all-around runner.
Yes, the ribeye is my favorite cut. Someone asked.
For the marbling?
I like the marbling. T-bone might be second. Not quite as fatty. I like the fat though.
Tomahawk?
Pretty good. I do like a skirt steak too, especially for like a Mexican dish.
Filet mignon's where it's at, man. I know they're too lean, but they're butter. They can be so buttery delicious. Ribeyes are good. New York
you gotta like the fat though if you like a ribeye. If you don't like the fat, you better steer away from the ribeye.
Full screen shot here of Ludo Pomeray, his pacer, who we understand to be his nephew. Way at Grouse Gulch.
If my memory serves me well, I think this next patch of trees is probably the last patch of trees before he's pretty much above tree line. And he is still moving really well.
Got a little intel also from some folks on the ground. Thank you so much. That, when Tara Dower left Uray, she was looking much, much better. So that is good news. Everybody is glad to hear that. Maybe turned a corner. He's doing, quote unquote, exceptionally better. Let's go, Tara Dower.
Yeah, I feel for her. 13 days after pushing at Western States. Whew,
Incredible.
that's tough. Mr. Jed Clark on, yes, that is the lightning story on top of handies that I had metal earrings, hoops, and I went and had custom glass made after that experience because that's all I could think about. I have metal in my ears. I have metal in my ears. I'm like a weather vane. That was the scariest. I still am like freaked out by lightning when I'm climbing something and there's a storm coming in.
Especially if you have poles on you.
Oh yeah. Oh man. That was I was scared.
There was I can't remember which runner it was, but we had a lightning strike on a runner got struck by lightning during Hardrock one year.
That was the year.
Campbell?
Yeah, he was in the charge on top of handies.
Yeah. Yep.
So he didn't get a direct hit because you get a burn if you get a direct hit. But him and his pacer were in a charge that lit up the top 200 feet when I was down in the basin.
Okay.
Jason Coop and I were in the basin in 4th and 5th, and he was in 3rd.
Okay.
And it lit up the summit and it knocked one of their headlamps out, the batteries, and they only had one headlamp for 2 runners to get down Grizzly Gulch.
Got it.
To Burroughs.
Yep.
And then we were pinned down because it just started like flash booming everywhere in the basin for 70 minutes.
And those booms sound extra loud inside those canyon walls. And
I think that might have been one of the last races that Diana Finkel did.
Wow.
She was in the lead. So it was me, her, and Kaburagi. Coop bailed because he got hypothermic.
Where's Kaburagi from?
Japan. He's the race director for Fuji 100.
Oh, for Mount Fuji.
Yeah, and he was a North Face athlete, was here.
Cool.
And he had gotten hit in the face coming up Bear Creek from a rock fall because it was raining all over the course, on and off. And then it poured all night. That was the beginning of the big storm.
Yep.
It was scary. You can have some
have
major weather. So for them to have the kind of weather they've had today, no major rain, just some clouds and really sun
ideal.
Is kind of ideal. Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to all of the drone pilots. Every year, Mountain Outpost tries to level up the live stream more and more. We are also appreciative to everyone at Hardrock for allowing us to cover the race like this with the drone footage. This is some beautiful country that we are really excited to bring to everyone. You are looking at Ludo Pomeray leading the men's race and the overall field.
Yep, this is where he gets above tree line right here. You go up over this
see him
little
stop
lip.
right there. Yeah, man, so pretty. Friend Rory Moynihan, story time with Jeff.
Shout out, Rory.
We need Rory to get on here and drop some bars. There's still a lot of race left, although Ludo is making it look very easy out there.
He really is.
Yeah, this is incredible. Will we see the course record go down today and this year? It's quite possible. It's looking like that could be the case at this point in time, but you never know. Also trending ahead of course record pace on the women's side. Courtney Dauwalter out front, sitting around 6th or 7th in the entire field and around 35 minutes ahead of the next female.
Yeah. 45 minutes.
Yep. 45
minutes. Yeah.
That's what she is ahead of her course record splits and trending ahead of splits that Jeff Browning, my co-host here, found from his 2016 run when he ran 25:40-ish. And yeah, the question will be, can she go under 25:50, the current course record overall?
I'm rooting for her. Come on, Courtney.
Let's go, Courtney.
I want to see her take it down.
She seems to be feeling really good. We've really seen no signs of any issues at this point. She's moving steady. She's running. She's smiling, cooling, which I like to see, even though it's not an ice bandana, topical cooling. She is running the entire race this year, the entire run with no pacers. So out there on her own and just being crewed by her partner, Kevin. Shout out to everyone else in the back of the pack, too. We will have the live stream going through the entire golden hour and the very, very last finishers of this year's run. There are a lot of folks out there following friends and family, and you can track them on the Hardrock 100 website, hardrock100.com. Check out how your runners are doing. Take those updates with a little bit of a grain of salt. GPS in this area and the tracking software in general can be glitchy at times. So, yeah, you can use that, but also, maybe intel from folks on the ground of how they're doing.
And no, I don't have any more near-death experiences on this course. Just the mountain lions and the lightning.
That's enough.
Just two out of the 7. That's pretty good odds, actually. Yeah. Especially when you don't have a pacer and you're by yourself in the middle of the night in Pole Creek.
Have you raced in Wyoming or Montana?
No, but I've been in Bozeman for 2 years, and I ran into so many dang bears.
That's what scares me is grizzly country, man. Because
I don't miss that. Actually, I love Bozeman, but I don't miss the bears.
Yeah. Runners, this is 2:04. I know we saw that runner earlier. We will find out who that is. Like maybe leaving Uray. Back here at the Uray station, mile 44. Runners continue to come in there. Decked out in Ultra.
If you're just joining us, ignore that sign.
Yeah, that sign is for going the other direction.
So this is the back side of the sign. So when the runners leave, they see the other side of the sign that says 44 and like 4,500 feet.
4,500 feet of climbing in the next 8 miles or so.
To the next aid station. Just a little 4,500 foot climb.
No big deal.
And you can access the tracker at hardrock100.com. So if you're curious.
So we've also had Rich Cook, Mark Marzin, Greg Brandt, Dustin, and Greg Brandt all kind of in Uray or in that area. Dustin Simeons, Michael Martinez are getting very close to being in the Uray aid station.
So I'm trying to see, is this... trying to see who this is climbing up.
That looks like Schlarb, wasn't his pacer?
Yes, that is Jason Schlarb climbing up to Engineer. So he's nearing the top of Engineer. And we have him right now in 4th at last checkpoint. So
if Ryan Smith's tracker is
correct,
tracking properly. You can see the markers there just to the left of where he's about to be is a marker. So this is a bit of an off-trail type section or just a little, animal trail kind of portion of the course, but looks like a solid climb up that. There you can see.
You can see he's going to climb to where that
kind of rock.
That rocky, where it hits the road and levels out. That's about where he's over on the screen, right?
It looks like a heck of a climb.
It's steep in
right there.
It's a very faint trail. It's not really a trail.
It's really just
you're just looking for the flags. definitely a tough section there. Especially that last little pitch right there, getting into, it's like, it's super steep up to the road. This is a really cool shot of it, though, of coming up Engineer. You can see there's a faint track, though.
Yeah.
Didn't used to be one. When I first did it in 07, there was nothing.
Yeah.
There was no trail. You're just looking for the next flag.
Over the many years, the Hardrock.
Yeah, the Hardrock trail has become popular and has become more of a trail in these. You know, the original history of this race was there were trails going up out of every valley up to a basin on both sides of a ridgeline, and Hardrock, the early Hardrock folks decided to link those basins up with either existing climbing trails or bushwhacking over the top to link up the next basin, and that's how Hardrock was turned into a big loop.
Yep.
And over the years, as it's gotten more popular and people come and do soft rock and backpack it and that kind of thing, it's a more distinct trail now. It's actually not that hard to follow anymore. You still have to route find, but, you know, without the course mark, if you were going to do soft rock, you'd want the GPX. Because there's a lot of intersections.
A lot of tiny little
other
offshoots
stuff
here and there. Great shot here of Jason Schlarb, 4th place male with pacer. Climb up Engineer. Our front runners are around 58. Now Ludo may be around 61, 62 miles into the race.
Courtney moved into 5th overall.
Courtney Walter
at Engineer. So below this spot we're watching right now, we're watching Jason Schlarb climb up to the almost to where you gain the road at Engineer Pass. Engineer aid station is down below this several miles at the tree line. So at the last checkpoint out of Engineer, it looks like Courtney is about 10 minutes behind Jason. So she has moved into 5th overall.
That's amazing. And on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a group of 2 runners with pacers. That is Tara Dower in the front and Paul Terranova behind her, both with pacer, making their way up Bear Creek out of Uray. Larb on the left, about to get to the summit there. Nice Jeep up there hanging out. Or truck.
Is that the drone operator in the white truck?
Very well could be. Could be some Mountain Outpost crew. Mike McTeer. Mike is an awesome drone pilot.
Shout out to Mike.
Shout out to Mike.
Some really cool shots of this pass that normally are not in, we don't get to see in the past. Yeah, that is a crazy drive up in a full drive truck. Just saying.
Yeah. Not a particularly easy course to get around on if you're spectating or trying to drive to different places. I drove over, is it Cinnamon Pass to get to Sherman?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Cinnamon Pass.
We busted a tire on the way over there, and I made it 10 minutes before I needed to pick up my runner. So
whoa.
I was picking up Betsy Kellmeyer.
I just drove over Cinnamon Pass on Tuesday.
It's gnarly.
In a Jeep. I was in the back seat, too, riding.
How was it? Was it?
Trying not to get sick.
Yeah.
It's slow. It's so rough. I think the Razors really tear up the road compared to the Jeeps because they're lighter and they can spin out and they can go up faster. And so the road, I feel like over the years has gotten worse and worse.
Yeah.
Because I've been over Cinnamon a few times, and I've driven a Jeep over Cinnamon Pass.
Yeah.
as the driver.
I just learned that I will always put a crossbar in the back of my, because we were trying to change the tire and we like snapped the,
oh, is it up on Grand Swap Pass?
Like
no, it was like
little
3 miles from
wrench in there.
Okay.
I was like,
Got it.
put an X bar in the back of my vehicle at all times. Going forward now.
Laughing.
Luckily, someone came by who had a lot of equipment and helped us out.
He's like,
oh, we've got a little bit of audio here on the follow cam on the right side of the screen.
That's so funny.
you need to grab something, Paul?
You can hear the shale.
Yeah, you can.
Yep, there's the breaking plate noise,
Yeah, exactly.
the music of the mountains.
This is on our left is second place Jimmy Elam.
Looking strong.
Yep, should be coming into grouse here.
I told this story earlier, but my family actually went up and gathered shale and they used it to tile our bathroom floor.
They did.
Yeah.
Is that at your current house?
It's great. It's great. Beautiful shale.
Okay.
I love that you can hear it. We're giving everybody an insight into just a really cool, unique part of the course.
Well, let me know if you need anything at the house when it's selling.
There we go, Jimmy Elam.
And Jimmy Elam coming into Grouse Gulch.
His pacer's running ahead of
Mile
him.
58.
Man, let's go, Jimmy Elam on the charge. We're going to get a comparison here on splits when he leaves. See what the gap is between himself and Ludo. Looking really, really strong.
If you're just joining us, this is Grouse Gulch, mile 58, and second place in the men's race, Jimmy Elam coming into Grouse Gulch. There's an L out and back down to the first tent. You have to go check in, turn around, and then you can crew up to the turnoff of the trail would be to our left of watching it right now. So there's a section of that gravel road on the out and back that your crew can help you.
It's going to go in, kind of hit the timing there.
You
Looks like he doesn't need anything from the lower aid.
Yeah, he probably has crew.
So he's going to go up to crew. Or send his pacer over to get something from the aid station. That's also a possibility. And then they have the cones just up there where Ludo, right before you pop back onto the trail, you can crew up until that point. So probably be some of his crew there to
Yeah, and as you can see right there where the cars are parked is where you can crew, and then they go up the trail to the right.
Yeah.
That's right there where you can see cones.
Yep, so beautiful out there. Looks like an awesome day. Like he did have an ice bandana on. He's putting a new one on now. That is an East Peak ice bandana. Shout out East Peak. Really solid bandana that doesn't bounce very much. All right. Looks like we are going to have also, I don't know if his same pacer's going to stay with him, but there to the left, bright orange shoes. That's Caleb Olson. Last year's Western States 100 champion. They both live in the Utah, Salt Lake area. Be pretty cool to have Caleb out there assisting. Yep.
So it looks like possibly Jimmy did close the gap a little.
Okay.
Yeah, and if anybody was asking, or somebody was asking earlier if Jimmy could do it, and I kind of was skeptical, but Jimmy is a closer. You are right, Zach. He does historically close really well. He's very, very consistent. I would say he's more just consistent in his splits versus fading a little bit. So he'll keep plugging along. It looks like he's about 36 minutes back. So he was 45.
Made up 10 minutes.
Is that
9
right?
minutes.
Am I remembering that
He was
wrong?
45.
At one point. No, 30. I'm going back through the
We're
splits.
thinking about the women. The
Oh,
women
yeah,
are
yeah.
45.
Yes.
Maybe it was 30 or 35.
Maybe it was 30.
It might have
Wait.
been.
Here we go. I can go back to Uray.
All right, we're going to find it out. Get you some info.
He actually, no, sorry. He has lost a couple more minutes. It was like 30, 32, 33 at Uray.
Okay.
And then it was a little more engineer. So he's holding about 36, 37 minutes back. So Ludo has added to his lead just a touch, a couple minutes.
Got it.
If you're still adding to your lead here, I mean,
It's a good sign.
it's a good sign.
Who do I have 1-2 in my fantasy right here? Jeff Browning.
Oh, Jimmy and Ludo.
I do. So
Nice work.
we'll see how that all pans out. Who do I have in my women's 1-2?
Courtney and Kara. Look at you.
Right now I'm looking good on fantasy.
You are looking good.
Maybe in the top spots. We'll see about the rest of how things play out. This is Jimmy Elam.
Climbing out of Grouse Gulch. This is a big climb up to the 14er on the course, Handy's Peak. You first climb up and over 13,000 feet, drop probably 800 feet, 5 to 800 feet down into American Basin and traverse, and then start climbing again to climb up Handy's proper. I could probably give you like exactly what that is.
Yeah, and Ludo is not someone who really tends to blow up.
Yeah, historically, you're right. He
doesn't.
We've
really.
never seen him blow
We don't see a
up.
fade, and he has one DNF on his ultra sign up. Now, not everything is on ultra sign up,
From Europe.
but only one, and that was a TDS back in 2018. So, I mean, the man is just
Super consistent, and he has historically not blown up. So
yeah.
But with a 36-minute lead at this point in the race, as long as, there's not a lot of big moves can be made at that point in the second half of the race, someone has to blow up.
Yeah.
So,
Or, someone has to be walking or cramping so bad that they're moving so slowly.
or they're just sitting in an aid station.
Yeah, or they're just sitting or they're sleeping or something.
Yeah. So, and historically, Ludo doesn't do that.
No. Definitely some other names that folks will recognize out there in Hardrock this year. Thinking about people like Andy Pearson and Dominic Grossman. Many know them from the Between Two Pines podcast, and Andy is creative director, I believe, for Liquid Death, which is a delicious beverage. Megan Slavin is out there. We heard about her being a kind of a PT to many in Phoenix area. She's crushing it. We've got 5 different athletes doing the Western States to Hardrock double. Many returners this year. If you're unaware, every year for the lottery, there are 2 pools. There is a returner or finisher lottery, and there is a never finisher, never started, new first time lottery, and they pull from both of those. Chris Twiggs is running this year. Casey Lichtig is out there after a decade-long journey to try to get to the start line of Hardrock herself. Both Currys, Nick Curry and Jameel Curry, brothers, taking on, I think, their 8th and 9th Hardrocks.
Yeah, they're having a competition who can have the most finishes between them.
I love it.
I think that Jameel hasn't been training very much, so he's just doing it to stay ahead of his brother.
Oh, but he always ends up making it happen.
He does make it happen.
Yeah.
I think I recall giving him he was in the med tent in the gym last year, and I remember giving him a lecture that he has to train for this race. You can't jump off the couch in Hardrock.
When you work as much as Jameel does, it's pretty hard. But he was on a streak. Like, I think it was April. He was on, like, a running streak for, like, 30, 45 days. He'll jump in races here and there. He did do Mingus Traverse again this year during Cocodona, the 80-miler. So, you know. And he's been running for a very long time.
He has been running for a very long time.
My friend Gio in the chat did the between two pines. Very good, Gio. Shout out to all of the sponsors as well of Hardrock this year. Livestream and the race presented by Ultra. We've also got Shocks, Ultraspire, Tantrums, East Peak, Sunto, Morton. Everyone making it happen. We appreciate that. This is the Morton Skycam, bringing you the visuals. Of your current second place, Jimmy Elam, in his first Hardrock 100. And on the left, that does appear to be Courtney DeWalter.
Yes, it does.
We can spot Courtney from a mile away.
With her long shorts and no pacer this year.
And her signature stride by herself out there.
She went without a pacer on purpose this year.
Yep.
Shout out to Courtney. Good job.
She's like, I think I just want to do it. You know, I've done it a couple times with people. I think I just want to do it on my own this year. Add respect to that.
Yes, I'm out of here.
You're out of here, Jeff Browning. You're going to leave. I got to do the solo thing like AJW did. All right, I'm going to have to, people in the chat are going to have to help me out and chime in here. Well,
I got to get some food in and get ready to pace later.
Thank you for being here, Jeff. It was awesome to have you.
Yeah, good to hang out.
Thanks for bringing all your insights, all the stories.
Yep.
Good luck in your pacing.
Thanks.
Send us some info from the field and let us know how it is out there.
Awesome. Giddy up.
Thanks. All right, everybody. Jeff Browning is going to leave us, head toward Cunningham, get some food, get some rest before his pacing duty for David Ayala. So, question in the chat on where Courtney is. She's on Engineer Pass Road, and she is making her way to the Engineer Aid Station. To Grouse. She's past the Engineer Aid Station. She's going to be heading toward Grouse. We believe she's sitting in 5th place overall right now. And we will try to get some splits ahead of this to compare to kind of just what she did last time she ran this direction, see how far ahead of her own course record she is. You know, Courtney DeWalter is not unfamiliar with flirting with the front end of the overall field in races, as we see her break into a nice looking smooth stride on this descent. Here we've got your first female and your second place male on the screen here. Courtney Dauwalter and Jimmy Elam. Thank you to our drone pilots and all of the live cam operators out there bringing us this beautiful views. Yeah, Mitch. Shout out Mitch. Out here with his family. He's got a new baby. I've seen that little baby at multiple live streams over the last few months. Thank you, Mitch. And yeah, anybody who wants to buy Mitch a beer after all of this hard work, feel free to throw some money in the chat. Beer, pizza, caffeine. We're down for all of it. Thank you again to Mike and Missy from Tennessee. They brought us pizza earlier. We had Rini bring us some cold brew. Everyone out here is taking care of us. We really appreciate it. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I know many of these people. Hello, hello, friends. Shout out to Mark Griffith, my friend and podcast co-host Russell Ditzworth. Hello, hello, hello. And Gio. Appreciate you all. Yeah, we are going to be able to get some splits as we continue along the course between first and second. But from what we could kind of calculate according to the Grouse Gulch splits, Ludo is the same, if not a few minutes ahead of the gap, or he has increased the gap between him and Jimmy, so to speak. So it was 32, now maybe 36 minutes between those two. And on the left, this is awesome. Courtney Dauwalter absolutely hauling down Engineer. I know this woman to love descending, and she is showing off right here that her legs are still very much intact. Getting into a super awesome groove. Wonder if she's jamming out to some tunes, but everybody, this is Courtney Dauwalter, current record holder for this direction. The current overall women's record is held by Katie Scheid, 25 hours and 50 minutes. On the right, you see Jimmy Elam with Pacer. Totally agree, Courtney is absolutely flying. We love to see that. Courtney's been an inspiration to so many women and overall runners in her entire career. She is not done yet. Hello from England. Go Courtney. Shout out. So Nancy asked if the course of Imogene run part of the Hardrock. There is a part, but it's pretty small. It's actually just that Camp Bird Road section. In and out, mostly the coming in from Governor Basin up at the top of, so they go over Virginia's Pass, Kroger's Canteen, down and descend into Governor Basin. Then they'll connect with the Camp Bird Road, which goes into Uray. The Camp Bird Road is also what the Imogene Pass run goes on, the opposite direction toward Telluride. But Imogene Pass will split at the lower Camp Bird, or upper Camp Bird, which is about lower Camp Bird, which is about 5.5 miles up. So that's where it diverts. And Imogene will go on Imogene Pass. The runners here at Hardrock do not actually go on Imogene Pass. They come in a different direction. Look at Courtney Dauwalter. Holy moly. This is awesome. And I feel like too with Courtney too, like is sometimes running these descents like this, when you can just relax and let the gravity take you and it's almost a controlled fall, it is almost less impact on your legs. You're not braking. You don't want to brake. You want to really try to just turn over in a really productive way and use that momentum while staying controlled. And I think we're just seeing a master class right here by the one and only Courtney Dauwalter in smooth downhill running. And actually, it's not that smooth. This is a bit of a rocky, deep road. So if we got closer, I think we would see she is navigating probably not only some rocks, but some divots and some kind of rutted out sections. So it makes it even that much more impressive to see how fast she's moving right here. You can find a list of all of the Hardrock qualifiers are on the Hardrock website, hardrock100.com. And under the tab up above, there is a About Hardrock. Go down, let's see, find out exactly where it is. Under the Runners tab, it says Qualifying. So yeah, you can find a list of all of the current qualifying races. They do require you to complete one of those every 2 years in the entry. And they're difficult races for a reason. This is what is called a postgraduate level race, just due to not only the high altitude, but the technicality, the exposure, the terrain, the conditions that can happen. So Hardrock wants runners to be as prepared as possible coming in, just having some good mountain 100-mile experience behind them. Again, Courtney Dauwalter via drone on the left-hand side of your flying down Engineer Pass Road, making her way to the Grouse Gulch aid station, which is mile 58.2. There could be one or two men, probably are ahead of her, unless she has moved up even more. We have not yet gotten blitz from Tom Evans or Jason Schlarb out of Grouse. We saw Jason. We had eyes on him earlier. I would imagine he's still ahead of her, but we will wait to see and confirm that once we get splits or eyes on that aid station. And on the right side of your screen, it's Jimmy Elam, second place male with pacer on the climb out of Grouse. Race photographer up there. So far away from Courtney, and she looks like she's moving so fast that she's probably moving even faster than it looks. You can see the entire thing she's traversed. Thank you to the drone pilots. Mitch is out there bringing us these shots. And here on the left of your screen, try to ID this runner. I have a guess, but I'm going to wait till we get a little closer here. Hardrock 100 has 33,000 feet of elevation gain and 33,000 feet of descent in just over 100 miles. Yeah, in talking with a lot of the athletes ahead of the race this year and kind of asking them what they thought was a critical training piece in preparing for Hardrock, a common theme was definitely preparing for the descents, preparing for that much eccentric loading on your quads, on your hips. So the downhills, I think not only is there a ton of climbing, but there is also a ton of descending, and you've got to maintain, quad strength throughout this entire race. So I think that's something that people took seriously in trying to prepare. I do not think on the left of your screen that is Dylan Bowman, because he was wearing a white vest before. It could be, I was going to say Jason Schlarb, but he had a pacer. We will get confirmation here as soon as we can. Yeah, and the low point of the Hardrock course is Uray, Colorado, 7,700 feet or so. I think that is Schlarb. That really does look like Jason Schlarb. The low point is 7,700 feet. The high point, they do summit and go above 14,000 feet at the top of Handy's. I think it's 14,100 feet. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and say confirmed. This is Jason Schlarb on the left of your screen. Was in fourth place. Not sure if that he has maintained that position. He either left his pacer or dropped his pacer, because he did have some with him. Giving a wave. Jason, no stranger to this course, to these mountains. He has run extraordinarily well here. He has won the race, tying with Kilian Jornet, the one and only. Jason, a veteran of these mountains and these trails, and of the sport in general. All right, we're saying he's in third. Fun fact, his partner is actually due to have a baby any day now. I believe she's 40 weeks pregnant, and but she wanted him to go out and run, so he's probably trying to get done as quick as he can, just in case he has a child being born very soon. So yeah, it's hard to know kind of what is happening with Tom Evans. If in fact Jason Schlarb is in third, he would have passed. Again, we don't want to kind of give out any false information, so we're going to have firm confirmation on all of that. Okay, thank you guys for here. We have got some amazing drone shots brought to you by Mitch, Mountain Outpost drone pilot. On the left-hand side of your screen, we have runners making their way down Engineer Pass. On the right, we've got Jimmy Elam, second place male, around 35 minutes back of Ludo Pomeray. Jimmy is climbing out of Grouse Gulch, which is mile 58.2. Oh, on the left here, this is David Ayala. Recognize that kit. Could be fourth place male, and I think he had a pacer, although that person on the right, there's a chance could be another runner in the race. You can just see how steep of a grade, and if you have the legs, you can just move down this. We just a few minutes ago saw Courtney DeWalter also traversing this section and looking like she was absolutely flying. Unless that's not it. It's Ayala. Okay, Ayala. On the women's side of things, just to give everyone an update, Courtney DeWalter is your women's race leader. As we see Jimmy taking a quick pause here. You know, sometimes you got to pause and gather yourself. It's a long, long day, a lot of climbing out there, and sometimes you need to take a really quick break on some of these long climbs. On the women's side, again, just to recap, we've got Courtney DeWalter leading. She was, last time we checked splits, around 45 minutes ahead of second place, Kareth Arnold. That could have increased a bit as we think she is moving up in the overall field also into maybe fifth position. We've got Kareth Arnold in second ahead of Tara Dower, who is in third place. Both of them are coming out of Uray. Kareth is probably at this point getting close to, if not having split, getting close to engineer. So around the halfway point. I don't think we have a split on her yet, so she's not there quite yet. But making her way that way, and Tara Dower also making her way up engineer. Some other women in the mix here for the top 5. Jenny Pierce out of Livingston, Montana, and Bailey Eppert. Sorry, Erin Shaw out of Superior, and then Bailey Eppert. We have both Courtney and trending ahead of their course record splits, and Courtney trending ahead of the overall course record 25. We don't know exactly by how much, but we're going to say maybe 10 to ahead. All right, where is everyone tuning in from? Let's get some info on where you're joining from. If you have a runner you're following, I'd love to shout them out. So put their name in the chat. Really happy that the race this year, there have been fires in the area, but luckily we did get a little bit of rain over the last few days that I think helped, as well as the wind direction. The smoke was moving north, so AQI, something they were definitely monitoring, the air quality index, and it was safe for runners. If it had gotten above 100, between 100 and 150, they would have allowed runners to defer next year if uncomfortable running that kind of air quality, but we didn't have to do that, so all is good. The race is on, and it's actually turning out to be quite ideal in optimal conditions. All right, folks following Karen Courtney, Arlen Glick, shout out. Kinds of Quebec's in the house. Eastern North Carolina, Zealand. This is Courtney DeWalter. Everybody, left-hand side of your screen. Your women's race leader. Lots of cheers for Ryan and Debo. England's in the house. Colorado Springs. Cheering on Bailey Eppard. This is Bailey's first Hardrock. This is a beautiful shot. As you can see, your race leader, Courtney DeWalter, moving smoothly. Mason Boswell, Bill Shum is at Chapman and hasn't moved for a while. That is true. He is the 8th station captain, so I hope he hasn't moved. If you're just joining us, Courtney Dauwalter this year will be running Hardrock 100 with no pacers. Your top two men, both Ludo Pomeray and Jimmy Elam, are pacers in the and runners can have pacers starting in Uray, which is around mile 44. Lots of cheers for Courtney Dauwalter. Copenhagen, Denmark is in the house. Windsor, California. It is beautiful. This is another awesome Skycam, Morton Skycam, bringing you the footage. Mitch out there with the drone, getting some visuals on Engineer Pass Road. It's a Jeep road that we've got another runner. This could be... wondering if this is Tom.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Follonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Welcome back to the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I'm Corinne Shalvoy. We are 12 hours and just under 40 minutes elapsed into the race this year, the run, I should say, the Hardrock Endurance Run. And we are getting some great visuals thanks to Mitch, drone pilot, out there on Engineer Pass Road. It's Mike doing this one. We've got Mitch and Mike, but this one's Mike. Shout out, Mike. Mike McTeer drove all the way up the gnarly pass so he could bring you all at home visuals of runners making their way down Engineer. Our front runners are Ludo, No Weaknesses Pomeroy, and Courtney doing her thing to Walter. Both are currently ahead of course record splits. Turning out to be a very fast year. Conditions are great. It has been a bit warm. We've seen a lot of ice being used, but so far there's been little to no precipitation, maybe a few showers at the top of some of the climbs, little pockets of grapple or hail here and there, but all things considered, very, very good conditions. And I think some of the rain over the last couple days in the area has also maybe tempered down the dust and dirt a bit. You know, there's debate. I was talking with Jeff Browning about this, of whether or not snow on the course sometimes helps make it a bit faster, just can, you know, make some of the really, really steep descents that are loose and slick a little easier to get down if you use your poles and you can kind of post hole through them. But this year, virtually no snow on the course. As many of you know, it was a very, very dry year in Colorado, almost no winter really. Between the little bit of the monsoon, conditions do continue in the coming weeks here to help with the fires, and I think I will get we're getting my visuals back up here, so I lost them for a moment. One kind of developing storyline, we did have Jimmy Elam pass Tom Evans on the Bear Creek climb just out of Uray, a couple miles, and it seemed to put a gap on Tom. We've not had visuals on Tom for a little bit, so not exactly sure, but we do believe that we had maybe Jason Schlarb in third at this point. Men's 1, 2, 3 currently is Courtney DeWalter, Kareth Arnold, and Tara Dower. Also, Courtney DeWalter is the record holder in the clockwise direction of the course at 26 hours and 11 minutes. She is well ahead of that, probably running right now. Depends on how things pan out, but she could be 20 to 30 minutes up on that time. And 25:50, Katie Scheid's overall women's course record, also currently under threat by Courtney. That was set in the counterclockwise direction just last year. This year, we've got 22.2% of the field made up of women. That is 32 female runners in the field this year. If you are unaware of how that happens, the number of entrants into the lottery that are female, that percentage is what is then represented in the field on race day. And I think the storyline there, the lesson to take away, if you're a woman out there and you run a Hardrock qualifier, enter the lottery. Put your name in the hat because it boosts the overall numbers. You can always, if you're chosen and you feel like you're not quite ready to run, you can always decline that entry. But the more women enter the lottery, the higher the percentage of women will be represented. So I want to shout out Hardrock for, their pregnancy policy. Great one. Love to see that implemented. If you're unaware, also Hardrock is run in the opposite direction each year. So every year that's an even year, it is run clockwise on the loop, and the odd years are run counterclockwise. This year, 2026, we are going in the clockwise direction, meaning they're going to start in Silverton, Colorado, make their way across Mineral Creek to KT and the famous or infamous Island Lake and Grant Swamp Pass. They're going to go all the way down to Telluride. Then they'll hit Uray, mile 44. And right now we have the front runners making the traverse up Bear Creek Trail over Engineer and Engineer Pass, which is a dirt road. And then into Grouse Gulch over to Sherman, which will be mile 72. But before they get there, they have to go over a 14er, Handy's Peak, 14,058 feet. On our screen right now, this is Jason Schlarb coming into Grouse Gulch Aid Station. Jason, no stranger to this event. Jimmy Elam left at 6 p.m. about 45 minutes ago, so looking like we do not know yet what is happening with Tom Evans, who was in third. But this is the next runner we have had eyes on coming into Grouse Gulch. Jason Schlarb, 48 years old, out of Durango, Colorado. Running very, very well this year. Looking strong, Jason. Jason is the athlete manager for the Norda team. I see Ryan Sullivan there. Norda athlete himself out of Grand Junction. Jason's looks to be straining a little bit. It looks like he's going to pick up, that looks like Rich Lockwood. So Jason Schlarb, everyone, believed to be third place, and running right alongside him is Brian Powell of Iron Far. Passed by Cordis Hall, Abby Hall's partner. I know that Abby and Cordis are out there. I believe that they are crewing maybe Dan Ryan, if I saw that correctly from the photos. High fives all around into Grouse Gulch. There you can see mile 58.2. And just a 9.6 mile stretch to Burroughs, the next aid station, with a mere 4,400 feet of climbing and 4,600 feet of descending. So that is what Jason will be tackling next. Those are the famous cups of Hardrock, famous mugs. Could be some broth, could be some coffee in there. Jason hit the aid station, turned around, came back up. That's Megan Eckert, Mountain Coast athlete and a 6-day world record holder. Out there, it's a who's who at Grouse Gulch of the ultra running community. I love this Schlarb with the mellow mullet. Yeah, he does. It's kind of a mellow. It's not a super pronounced mellow mullet. I like it. I like it a lot. Rocking the mellow mullet. And if you didn't hear me say before, Jason Schlarb's partner is actually 40 weeks pregnant, expected to deliver their child anytime now. Yeah, this is definitely a point where, you know, you're going to start to see some fatigue happen on the runners' faces. I think that's Arlen's crew out there, his family awaiting his arrival. But we saw Jimmy Elam just a little bit ago, you know, on a climb, moving really steady and just, you know, stop. He stopped and paused and took a breath and just stood there for a few seconds. And, you know, that is evidence that these people are human. They haven't just done, you know, 15,000 feet of climbing and been out there running for 12, almost 13 hours to not have to, you know, take a breath every now and then. And this is Grouse Gulch, and we are watching Jason Schlarb, third place male, getting crewed there. Queensland, Australia, shout out to you for tuning in. What did the folks in Queensland, Australia think of this course? Love to hear their impression of the San Juans of Colorado. Selby, that was in fact Meg Eckert on crewing duty. Good call. Yeah, so the question right now is just kind of what's going on with Tom Evans, as we also see on your screen David Ayala there on the left, yellow shorts and the blue t-shirt. We've yet to really get visuals on Tom Evans, who was in third place. Appreciate everyone being here. We are on watch potential course records on both the men's and women's side this year if things continue trending the way that they are. Just unreal splits and times being run out there. The men's field is fairly close to one another, honestly. I'd say first through sixth or so, within fairly close proximity, you know, all things considered, for a 100-mile race in the mountains. The women's side is a bit more stretched. We do have Courtney Dauwalter with a fairly commanding lead right now, although, you know, 45 minutes to an hour doesn't mean that much. Can change, you know, changes can happen, but Courtney is right now running extraordinarily well in the top 5, we believe, all of the field. And then Kareth Arnold is in, and she 45 minutes of third place hour. And Courtney DeWalter's coming in Grouse Gulch now. Watching from the Philippines, shout out. This is awesome. Great to see you and have you here. And I think sunset is going to be (8:37), around 8:30 tonight. Full time. Wow, this would filter coming in Grouse Gulch in 4th overall, everybody. As we have not David Ayala, 4th male, arrived there yet at the aid station. Courtney looks like she just had an absolute blast coming down. A lot of that descent, she was flying. You can go back on this kind of watch how quickly and smoothly she was moving down Engineer Pass Road. Island, she is going without pacers this year and only being crewed by her husband and partner, Kevin. Absolutely awesome. You know, Courtney has getting a fist pump from Meg Eckert there. Courtney has run this race very well, but in her own words, has never put together every single piece of the puzzle, done every section as well as she feels like she could. She is looking for that dream day out there. You want to go back and did an interview with on Ultra Uncovered podcast. She shared some words ahead of the race this year and really excited just to see her out there again. She said, I've been in these mountains trying very, very hard. And, you know, a lot of times nutrition has been a downfall, has failed me. But man, she seems to be having an amazing day out there right now. One of the greatest to ever do it in our sport right here. That's true. There is a 66-year-old woman and a 70 man in this year. Going back to basics, one crew person, ride or die, Kevin Schmidt. And on the right side of your screen, runner. Kevin does mainly teleport place to place. It's not easy, but I remember that he roads well, so he's finding a way to get there. Could she land on the overall podium? Could she continue moving up? We'll see when she leaves this aid station. She's kind of doing her regular routine. See this a lot with Courtney. Repacking the bottles, eye drops, face wipe. Wigs from the bottle. Be loading up the vest with some supplies for the next section, possibly a rain jacket, just other things she thinks she might need. Rocking her signature short knees, her long shorts, smiles all around. Looking like she is in super, super high, super good spirits. She is out of there. Wow, this is so cool. Courtney Dauwalter, I believe in 3rd or 4th place overall in the race and making her way out of Grouse Gulch. 58.2. She'll be heading toward Burroughs. We saw on the sign down below there, they've got about 9.5 miles, around 4,500 feet of climb, 4,600 feet of descending. So very much an up and down section here. And she is probably also, geez, I'm going to guess around 10,500 to 11,000 feet here. Give some love to Courtney in the chat. Absolutely crushing it. Pulls are out. She's a master with those. As we see another runner on the left-hand side of your screen making their way down. Really appreciate everyone being with us and tuning in to Mountain Outpost's coverage of the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. You are witnessing some of the spectacular views of the San Juan Mountains. And I'm going to try to find splits from her previous race to give you some comparison here. Give me a minute to find those. All right, so in 2024, which was the same direction here, Courtney Dauwalter ended up 4th overall. She left Grouse. It was, it's hard to compare because it was Animas Forks. So the aid station has moved, so we can't get exact comparisons. But let's put it this way. Engineer, mile 51.9, she was out at 12:05 elapsed. And this year, oh, they have the time of day. Okay, instead of the elapsed time. Give me a moment to figure this out. Engineer at 5:32. $12:05, 13:32. Yep, she's definitely ahead, 20 to 30 minutes ahead of her own course record splits still. This looks like it could be Arlen Glick on the left side of your screen, so I think we're going to have a few different runners coming into Grouse Gulch here soon. So the difference, Animas Forks was the aid station last year at it was around mile 57.9, and this year Grouse Gulch is mile 58.2, so there's, half a mile or so difference, and this is Arlen Glick on the left. Arlen looking strong. He has done really well at Hardrock in the past. He is about 2 years removed from an ACL repair surgery, coming back very strong. He's been out here for about 4 weeks. As he said, just playing in the mountains. Back on your full screen, Courtney Dauwalter. Really, really well out of Grouse. looked strong, solid, steady all day, and we have seen her taking descents really, really smoothly and fast. I had a chance to do the Cocodona live stream this year, and she even posted in her recap that, around, I don't know, mile 200, 210, her legs kind of woke up, and we had it on camera to see her descending the Eldon, off of Eldon Mountain toward the end of the race. It was a master class in navigating very technical steep terrain. So you get her on something smooth and she is just that much faster. And an absolutely incredible mountain athlete, very comfortable with poles. She has a Nordic skiing background, as you may know. She's got one of the strongest aerobic engines that is in existence. And ironically, Arlen Glick and Courtney Dauwalter shared a lot of miles in the last Hardrock that they were both in together. So they seem to be kind of fairly matched, because right now they're real close to one another again. Arlen said he really enjoyed spending a lot of miles with Courtney. Two extraordinarily positive people who both really love doing very hard things. About 149 runners in the race this year. In order to get into Hardrock, you have to run a qualifier. There's a list of qualifying races, and then you have to run one of those every 2 years, and then you can enter the lottery. Your tickets in the lottery do double or accumulate over the years. They'll double every year to the point where you hopefully have a better and better chance the more years you've tried to get in. There's also some special consideration picks that are assigned to runners in the field. You can come out here and run any of these trails anytime, though. You do not have to be in the race. They are always available and open. Highly suggest that you come visit the San Juans and check out some of these trails. Each section by itself is an epic adventure and run or hike. Some of the most beautiful country in the country. San Juan Mountains. Uray, Colorado, often compared to Switzerland. It's called the Switzerland of America because of the Alps-like nature. A ton of just absolutely gorgeous mountains in this entire course. Different terrain, different plants, lots of animals, high altitude, alpine, wildflowers, get it all. Courtney Dauwalter leading the race. So out of grouse, I was right. They're at around 10,700 feet at that grouse aid station. And they're going to be this is what Courtney's doing right now. She's going to be climbing Grouse Pass, a 2-mile climb up to 13,000 feet. So about a 2.5-mile climb with about 2,300 feet of climbing. She's going to cross over the pass and descend into the gorgeous American Basin. I don't think there's any snow in American Basin. There usually is at least a little bit, but I don't think there's any this year. She's going to traverse through American Basin, crossing the Lake Fork of the Gunnison River, and then it is a up handy 14,000. They're going to descend. She's going to descend Handies, which is a really fun, really cool descent. There's a chance she'll be getting up there right around sunset, which could be absolutely incredible. Totally breathtaking. So the high point, mile 63 and a half, 14,050 feet at the top of Handies Peak. Then she will descend into Grizzly Gulch Basin, back down to, following that all the way the Burroughs Park Aid Station, which is 10,400 feet. Hence why she started at Grouse Gulch, 10,700. She's going to go all the way up to 14,000 feet, then come back down to 10,400. 4,500 feet of climbing, 4,500 feet of descending in these next 10 miles or so. We do believe Courtney Dauwalter is in third place overall right now. Her top three men, Ludovic Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, and Jason Schlarb. Right now on your screen, F1, Courtney Dauwalter. Looks like could be catching someone here. I don't know if this is a runner or just a... I think it is maybe just someone out there hanging out. Oh boy. I don't know if those are just hikers chilling or if that was a runner. Didn't recognize them. Courtney checking in to make sure they're doing okay. The way of trail running. Oh no, it may have been Schlarb down. David Ayala coming into Grouse Aid. He has been doing this all day where he just swaps out his vest for a new one that's fully loaded. That's absolutely a pro move. Looks like he's down in a gel right there. David Ayala looks like he is getting ready for some cooler temperatures. Maybe throwing on a beanie. No, that's his pacer. But it is going to start to cool off, and that's one thing that, you know, you have to pay attention to as you get higher. They're going to go up to the top of a 14er in the late evening. Could be very windy up there, could be chilly. Looks like David Ayala rocking that backwards visor, finding his flow. He said he really wanted to just find his flow out there this year. Looking strong, looking steady, controlled. He is a math professor at Montana State University. He was fourth place last year here, running a really strong, consistent race. believe that's his partner there. They are expecting their second child. He's got a toddler at home. Curious what shoes he's wearing. I didn't ask him that when we spoke, but I'm trying to kind of ID those because I'm always curious what shoes to wear on the Hardrock course. I want some really good grip. Look, Courtney Dauwalter, this is another pro move, cooling off in the little stream. I think we saw Jimmy Elam also do that, or maybe Ludo coming through there. So these are things that the pros know how to do. Stay cool, stay wet. So everyone, we do think Courtney Dauwalter is third place. I think that was maybe Jason Schlarb taking a break on the side of the trail. Courtney moving into third overall here, with David Ayala getting ready to leave the grouse aid station. In fourth overall, third male. I got a notification as well that Jenny Pierce and Erin Shaw, your fourth and fifth female, are through Uray. That would be awesome if they could start working together, but fourth and fifth, shout out to Jenny Pierce and Erin Shaw in and out of the Uray aid station mile 44. Taking in a lot of fluids. Walking and talking with partner there, David Ayala. Bozeman, Montana. So some developments definitely happening middle part of the race. Been multiple lead changes. We saw Jimmy Elam move ahead of Tom Evans on the Bear Creek climb out of Uray. Put some time on him. We've not yet seen or gotten confirmation of what's going on with Tom. But we have seen Jimmy Elam was second. We've seen now David Ayala come house, as well as Jason Sharp and Courtney Dauwalter past Jason Sharp up this climb out of grouse. Looked like Jason was opting to break on the side of the trail. David Ayala and his pacer on the left-hand side of your screen. So right now, Ludo, Uray, Jimmy, Courtney Dauwalter, Jason Sharp, Ayala. Second place male is Kareth Arnold. Out of Grouse Gulch, heard me say before, they're going to get ready to climb over Handy. Do 10 miles with 100 feet of 46 ascending. Right. We are going, you know, there is of like a few, but we are firm anything at 100. I'm kind of keeping an eye because David Ayala, unless I missed it, is getting up to a point where we had seen laying on the trail with his pacer. You know, sometimes at Hardrock, you lay down. Even the best do that.
You don't even have to running the event. Need to lie down.
Oh, yeah, no, commentating that you need to lie down time. I'm going to be by Chris again in a moment. So Courtney DeWalter outpaced.
Yeah, I saw you had a very discussion about that a little bit earlier.
Talk about pacers. It's the topic of time. It wasn't heated. It was in good spirits.
Well, no, you and Jeff weren't heated, but that chat was firing up.
The chat was fired up. Well, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Get fired up.
Absolutely. But I guess it's, you know, there are worse get up and about.
Yeah.
So
Passionate about rules with.
Absolutely.
All right. Yes, thanks for being here. Come back.
For allowing me back in the booth.
Of course. I saw someone who I believe they're very.
Oh my.
Therefore, I am here. It was lonely. Do this by yourself. AGW did it a little bit while earlier. So him.
Yeah, I was talking with him about that, and I told him my tip is is not to do commentary for a race solo. It can be done, but at the same time, it is really you don't have things off of. Sometimes the commentary are when you're able to bring off somebody else, line people up, and watch go, and then offer
is it
up.
Kind of like where you energy of one?
I'm going to go there, but I like the comparison. Absolutely.
No, it's great. Pacers are great. They make 100 miles much more fun. Totally agree with that. But we're going to table the pacer debate moment, but
get that audio figured out. I'm probably throwing a wrench, popping in unexpected. So
I am glad you've popped. Are just as the David Ayala right now with his making his way out of first. He'll go to Burrows. Actually, he'll go to Andy's Burrows. So whereas we've the 8 signs that, you know, got 7 miles, 4,000 feet of 50 feet of descending. This one got 4,500 feet of climbing and 4,600 feet of descending.
Yep.
In this now.
Up and over.
Up and over. Time, paces, irrelevant at Hardrock. This is about forward motion and taking care of yourself, painting, fueling, integration, and really just being able to move wherever you're.
And of course, the nasty thing about this section is that once you've finished making your way up, what feels like the climb, obviously, for people who have dropped back down into American Basin, and then you've got to climb all the way back up again.
Yeah, false summit days. Candy's is the high point. I think could, you know, think of that as a bit of a milestone with the race going this direction. you've made it to, I don't know, that's got to be, we don't have an exact mile mark on it, but probably mile 60.
Are you talking about Handies?
The top of Handies, yeah.
So from Grouse to the top of Handies is almost exactly 5 miles.
5, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So Grouse is 58.
So you're talking about 63.
Math,
Yep.
So, and Handies Peak, if you have ever seen it, experienced it, hiked it, been out there, it is a beautiful, stunning, incredible view so far. Yep, all right.
And
yeah, we're getting a vision. Walter. Way, everyone behind the scenes. It was a great thing. I don't know if Chris, but running was on with comparing split times 26, where it was here he ran 42. We're kind of looking then Courtney's hitting just she was trending that type of a. We know she's owns.
Yeah.
But is she under overall? That's we're using gauge. Oh, Jeff Browning that year was 4th place, 16, and hit Burrows at 1832 elapsed. We'll be looking to see how that compares. Again, according to Walter's going to go up and over into American Basin and up Handies Peak, down into Burrows. Right now on your screen, click. It's a Glick thing on the T-shirts of his crew.
Love it.
So good.
Of course, Arlen's crew is extremely experienced.
Experience.
His
they are with
sisters
him everywhere, and they have done like mountainous events. Like they have done super fast Javelina 100 sub 13 hour where they
tracks.
I remember talking to them at Cocodona, and I was like, how do you guys like a Cocodona? Been like, and they were like, great, spend some time with Arlen when he comes in. Like, he's not in and out intense, so it's pretty cool because we have a lot of out and visit with him. Thing at Hardrock said his favorite thing about the race, the brisk at the 8th, particularly, but Garland will be available at Hardrock this year. So, and can believe that Arlen is good solid food. Looks like he's sipping on a Coke here.
Yeah, that's one awfully humble years. One of that he prides himself on. Reminds me a lot of Carl Meltz, where when you talk to them about their success in these 100-mile events, they try and chalk it up to almost entirely to their ability to be efficient in aid station. Well, you know what? I can be extremely efficient in an aid station, but I'm not going to run these races quite like they do. So I think that's one, but it is one thing that tells you where their mind is focusing on these events. Of course, they're amazing runners, and they will downplay that fact in both. And that's why I think I see a lot of, obviously, Carl is a once-in-a-generation athlete, but Arlen has a lot of those same characteristics in the way that they approach 100-mile events.
On the back, let your light shine. That sounds like Arlen Glick in a nutshell. Always smile.
Oh, yeah.
The second whitest teeth in all of after Walter. They both have a really good dentist.
Yeah, I do remember, and also Arlen is extremely meticulous in their approach. I remember in his last running of this event back in 23, and her asking me on how to get to certain aid stations, talking about whether or not they should go around to the Sherman, or whether they should take some.
Oh man!
But they
no
are
no fast way.
This speaks to their approach and how they are trying to be there. Arlen, I mean, they are not just flying by the seat of their pants. This is something that they, in the days and weeks leading to the event, seeing them around town, Arlen has, in his Hardrocks, spent a lot of time in. And I think that is, in addition to his efficient aid ways, part of the reason why he's so good at that.
Yeah, thanks. Audio are working. Got Arlen giving grouse aid with a pager.
His hair is always so great.
I mean, Arlen just always looks so tan. Been fishing out mountain holes.
And it is great to see Arlen a level of competition again. Of course, for those who have been following, I mean, I remember his initial ascendance into the prominence. We were hearing stories out in Arizona of this guy that was based to the East Coast running scene, and he was dropping up 14-hour 100-milers, and
Arlen's been third at West.
Well, I know. I'm saying this is the basically how it was set up. Like he showed up the first, and we were kind of like, what happens? Of course, he showed us, and then people said, "Oh, well, let's see what happens at Western States." And as you mentioned, he finished top 3 at Western States, and then people said, "Oh, well, what happens at Hardrock?" And he the men's race that year, Hardrock. So at the point, people finally had to understand that Arlen, it doesn't, maybe he started out cutting his teeth on, Canal Corridor and B&O, like back east, where, you might get 1,000 feet of vert in 100 miles. But he has proven to everyone who pays attention to this sport that he can handle anything that any course throws.
Yeah, exactly. Both fast, flatter course. Honestly, I think that he loves being in the mountains. Like he right third at Run Rabbit Run. He's done Doyen 100. Obviously, Sedona finished third place there in hours. So very versatile athlete. I've heard him say that he absolutely loves the 100-mile distance, and he put in the training that it was just mind-boggling. Like he just likes to run a lot.
Yeah.
And so it's really cool to see kind of adapt and flex very fast when needed. He did, and with a lot of joy and excitement. On the right hand side of your screen, Courtney DeWalter. Rouse.
Absolutely. And of course, these two that you get on your screen were the top 2 American runners back in.
Well, Jimmy Elam is up there too.
Jimmy Elam looking fantastic.
Not surprised at all. Jimmy gets better and.
Mm-hmm. And for a historical perspective, it's a little bit trickier to try and compare towards Ludo's record for this section as the 8. And
so
to
like
grouse.
A half-mile different, or
a little bit more, but I would say he's right on about where you would where Ludo was, give or take. So Jimmy looking very very strong to this point. Of course, Ludo doing it again to this point. Ryan been in and out of the top 5 Hardrock 100.
I think he
Great shot of Courtney toward Handy.
yeah.
I remembered very
working hard.
Doing our very hard rock back in 2, and Bill taken it upon himself to try and follow Courtney up a hill. He a good shot. Another level. He is dialed in and on this.
Out there. So well. Awesome.
Of course, on that climb up to Handy's, as well above the ready. And we'll be there for the remainder of this ascent and descent side.
Saw her stuff. Head and shoulder, guessing. Put something in the back of her pack, wouldn't be surprised. Best, and there is our movement, bit of a break. Great to see.
Oh yeah.
Does this sometimes? Got to sit down on a rock.
Oh yeah.
Like that's your thing. Just sit down on a rock. Had to just lay in that grass off the side. Either collect himself, prepare mentally, head. Somebody's got to do that. Caitlin do a similar thing right on time and sit there, standing still for good seconds.
I do that every time I go up. I have to go find a rock. For me, it's only a mile section rather than 100-mile run. But yeah, that climb up, it really is a lot of fun. I've done it first time I did it several years ago. Fortunately, it was.
Oh no!
But then taking my son up at 18 years, and he was just blown away at the notion he would be doing this. There'd be 35 miles or 60 miles into the run.
Yeah.
That they would do it. It was
for
just
real.
Unbelievable.
For real. Chat called Jason a modest mullet or a mild mullet.
Yeah.
I liked that. Okay, this is your Ludovic Uray nephew. Got some audio. Burrows.
Burrows at mile 67.8 in 2024. His split time.
What's that? Ice, yes. In a bottle? In a cup.
It burrows in 14 hours exactly.
Whew, 20 minutes.
That's
schedule.
Unbelievable.
Schedule. Sure, that was not for his nephew either. I want to know how old his nephew. Super how old he learned that Ludo has 2 daughters. 5, not sure if they're runners, but really cool to see the family out here. Some of these runners are this is really hard stuff out here. This course will eat you up.
Yes.
Spit you out. We are seeing maybe one of the most epic resurgences from Tara Dower, who looked like she was on the brink earlier on in the race, and then I heard leaving Uray that she was doing really, really well. Had kind of rebounded and was coherent and moving great. That was a fast stop. Ludo is out of Burrows. Still 19 to 20 splits. Long stride there. Moving so well. 50-year-old Ludo Pomeray, your defending champion, defending course record holder, looking to try to lower the standard once again.
It's unbelievable what we're seeing here on the lead in both sides of Hardrock. Great shot from our Morton Skycam. Shout out to drone pilots making these shots possible.
That's beautiful. Look at the colors.
Somebody asking about how far Rouse's finish. Basically just over 50K.
A mere 50K left for Ludo Pomeray. Does have some good climb. Already been up and over the high point. Left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at Ryan Smith being paced by Cordis Hall. Rouse. On the right, Courtney DeWalter continues making her way toward American Basin.
Yeah, this actually does level out ever so slightly once you get to the top of the first climb toward Handy's. You get a little bit of a reprieve, and then you hit kind of an open plateau, and then it drops you down real quick on the other side. And then just when you've gotten down to the bottom, you head right back up all over again and add an extra 1,000 feet of vert. On your left, we've got the Skycam. We have a filmer on that handy. Shout out to both of them bringing us these amazing shots.
There was some discussion that we could bantering about that. Could Jim catch Ludo? Same. I don't know. Ludo is strong, has created quite a gap. I'm like in love goes wrong. Be able to hold. Gotta imagine now he's just about maybe the time trial and lower possible that finish, but also Jim quite the closer. There's such at Hardrock 100. Don't know. It was hilarious. We had some that were just like, "No, is clear for takeoff," and then they were like, "When he reaches served." About how he's literally flying.
Yeah, about that. Looking at where would you be able? That's on. Of course, I mean, to do it into Cunningham, then you've got to hide, and maybe the top giant. Other than that, seafield coming off, it does become as you approach a Rasta. Yeah,
but also, I don't know.
yeah, prominent name.
Perhaps also Dylan.
According to the track.
Yeah. The track.
Yeah. Tom Evans. Jeff Rome, who was moving very well in the early going.
Oh, no. Shoot.
Eliza Lop. That is of the prominent name in Hardrock days to be trying to close it. But,
it's a bummer, but
agreed.
No doubt back. Yes, and their story. If you that is just not fun. So hope everyone, right? Chat and
our Courtney had crested that climb up to the entry of American Basin, is heading down off the other side. So we guys on her, but as approaching that initial time area to beyond that, we do Skycam will have daylight here. One of the things being up in mountains here, stick around a couple more hours than I'm used to.
I think I saw like an 8:30 p.m. sunset.
Of course, at the last conference aid station, we do have like Kareth, old head engineer, a sizable deficit, about 84 minutes back for Courtney.
Courtney, 80.
Yeah.
That. But also not surprised.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, and we had visuals of her running down Engineer Pass. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if literally she was running like low 6-minute pace. It was wild. It was unbelievable. With who have run this race. I know the 21-time finisher Betsy Kalmeyer always felt like descending was her strong suit and where she like her strength, and I think that is the case too with Courtney. Of course, she's an incredible climber in her own right, super comfortable and strong with poles, having a very, very strong Nordic skiing background. So we're just seeing Courtney out there doing her thing and showing us all again why she is one of the greatest to have ever done it.
And we are getting to the point in the Hardrock 100 where we need to maybe start to pay attention to the cutoffs for some of those runners towards the back of the field.
That's a good point.
Our next cutoff on course would be at Governor, I believe. Let me verify that. Oh, no, there's no cutoff at Governor. Our next cutoff is actually at Telluride in 9 minutes.
Okay, 9 minutes, runners. Get to Telluride.
And I'm going to take a look and see how many people are yet to check into Telluride. There's only a handful. Actually, there's only 2 that I can see that are still in Hardrock. Joseph Bears and Lynette McDougall. They're actually into Telluride, but they have to depart.
Okay, so they got to get out of the station.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is great news. And I don't know, shout out to whoever's figuring out these cutoff times. It is pretty accurate to estimate that that's how long people will need there. Either that or people see a number and they figure out how to get there by that time. But love to see everyone, making those cutoffs.
Yeah, of course, as we mentioned, they do have to depart Telluride in order to avoid the cutoff. Now, there is a gap between now and our next cutoff because there are no cutoffs at Kroger because extraction there is impossible.
Yeah.
Governor as well. So our next effective cutoff is at Uray, and that's not till 3:15 in the morning.
3:15 in the morning.
At which point we might be back on calling the finish.
There is a good chance, especially at this rate. Can have a dual cam of the cutoff at Uray and the finish line. That's insane. Mile 44 and mile 100.
I do like having the aid station where it is back at Grouse Gulch. I feel like it's easier to kind of catch perspective, and I'm sure the runners probably appreciate it too because it gets them that much closer to handies. Because the stretch between Animas and Grouse is not a technical or difficult one by any stretch.
It's just kind of Jeep road like that.
Exactly, yeah. So I think that everybody would be in agreement that the return to Grouse Gulch is a net positive for Hardrock, as well as the coverage that we're able to provide.
Yeah, and it's awesome. You can see that looks like there's a whole string of Christmas lights here paving the way down into the aid station for when it gets dark. The light is starting to fade a bit. Oh, it's almost 8 o'clock. That's right. Jeez, it's 8 o'clock. Whew.
Time flies. And so does Ludo.
Ludo also flies, confirmed. This is Eyes on Grouse Gulch aid station, mile 58.2. It is a crew accessible aid station. Also drop bags are there and available.
One thing about driving to Grouse, though, having been coming to Silverton for many years, that once you get past Eureka on County Highway 2, it gets rougher and rougher and rougher by the meter. And getting to Grouse Gulch, it takes some high ground clearance. Just as a comparison, I used to be able to actually get out there in my old sedan. That was probably about 8, 9, 10 years ago. Last year when I drove out there, I actually stopped about a quarter mile short of it in an SUV with 8 inches of ground clearance.
Wow.
So it is harder to get out to Grouse Gulch, but of course, if you're out here to crew runners at Hardrock, nothing about it is easy for anyone involved, and that's what makes this event so amazing. Beautiful shot overlooking, that's basically moving backwards on the course from Grouse Gulch towards the previous Animas Forks aid station. Just absolutely beautiful area out there. And that's probably about 10 to 15 miles east of Silverton proper on County Highway 2. This is the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by Ultra on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Chris Warden and Corinne Chalvoy hanging out, and we're going to take a quick ad break, and we will join you on the other side. Thanks for tuning in to the Hardrock 100.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Polonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I I ran right past the station, chasing shadows. But I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends. And I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Welcome back to the Hardrock 100 2026, presented by Ultra. Chris Ward and Corinne Chalvoy in studio.
Whoop.
Beautiful shot of the sunset. It almost feels like that is a painting rather than the actual skies.
That's gorgeous. Man. It was unreal.
Absolutely. And of course, the story of this year's race to this year's run to this point is familiar faces doing entirely expected things.
Doing entirely expected. Why do I love it? We put unsurprisingly in the lead on the little ticker down there. Ludo Pomeroy unsurprisingly leads.
I thought that was pretty
clever.
Pretty fun.
Clever. Okay, we're back here at the Uray aid station. Ignore the sign you see right there. That is if runners were going the other direction, because on the other side of that sign, it shows mile 44, and that is what the runners see when they leave the aid station.
So pretend it says to go at the bottom of that.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Uray,
that's good.
58.6 miles to go.
And what they just came down was Governor's 3,400-foot descent and 7.6 miles. So back here at Uray, I know we had our 4th and 5th place females in and out of Uray. That was Jenny Pierce and Erin Shaw. They're pretty close to one another. I could see them linking up.
Yeah, of course, it is going to start to get dark, and it probably serves the runners. Maybe one is moving a little bit faster than the other would prefer. If you're at all capable of sticking with another runner through the overnight, I think that it is probably a huge positive, because some of these trails that encompass the Hardrock course are quite treacherous in the daytime, let alone when you've got limited vision.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, thinking about kind of that Bear Creek.
That Bear Creek
climb.
The Bear Creek climb is kind of slick. You mentioned last night during our pre-show,
yeah.
It's shale.
It's shale, and it's exposed and just a sheer cliff off to one side.
It is a little bit nerve-wracking. I went up there for the first time a couple of years ago, and again, one of the things that I will repeat as a familiar refrain talking about the Hardrock 100 is that the runners, when they're getting there, have 50 or so miles on their legs, no matter which direction they're going, and to know that they're able to handle something that makes me nervous on fresh legs is super impressive.
Yeah, maybe a bit more treacherous if you're going down it, but at the same time, like, whew, it gets narrow, it's exposed, it's a little bit scary. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
But it's steep either direction, and in the dark, you just got to be really aware and kind of be hugging that inside of the trail.
Of course, Corinne, your life has been tied into the town of Uray.
Yep.
Obviously, being from there. How far back does your memory of Hardrock go? Do you remember it from the initial runnings? Because your family's been involved and participated in Hardrock since nearly the beginning.
I remember a couple times when my uncle decided to run the race, which was the mid to late 90s. I remember a couple times being down at the Uray aid station and being at the finish. One time I was at the Uray aid station, and this is ultra running. Like, people express their stress in different ways. Sometimes my uncle's way was to get pretty angry and yell. Sometimes you're angry when you don't feel good, you haven't eaten, when you're hurting. And I do remember seeing him and then pacer Ricky Denisek going through Uray. It was a very low-key affair at that time. There was nobody really out there. It has grown both in popularity and just people wanting to come spectate and take part. But it's always been a wonderful environment, a community-run, volunteer-run effort that, I think it's just a special, gorgeous course. And so I also remember being at the finish line, which was at that time not a painted rock. It was just a rock. It didn't have anything on it. It was just literally a rock.
Interesting.
Yeah, it didn't have any moniker or anything. It was just a big rock. It looked similar to the rock you see now, but it was just a rock that you just put your hand on when you finished. And very much remember there being Oreos and Mountain Dew at the finish line. That was what fueled my uncle back in the day. It still fuels a lot of ultra runners. Those are two staples. Coke maybe has overtaken Mountain Dew in this era, but yeah. So lots of great memories. And then also spent 13 hours with Betsy Kalmeyer on the course a couple of years ago, and that was an honor. And also, I was just so impressed with how sure-footed Betsy was. She has won the race in the past multiple times. She's finished in 21 times. I mean, talk about dedicating your entire life to this event. And that year she was able to finish at over 60 years old, came in just under the cutoff in the 47th hour.
So impressive. So impressive to have that kind of longevity.
It is. So again, we're here at the Uray aid station, providing you up as we get them on all of the runners. And unfortunately, we do have kind of a public post here from the one and only Dylan
I think we can
Bowman.
share this one, yeah.
He said, not the one last job I envisioned or prepared for. I obviously don't take these opportunities or decisions lightly. Genuinely devastated. Wheels came off in scary fashion, and I genuinely couldn't continue safely. Share more when it feels right. Good luck to all the brave people still out there. I effing love Hardrock. Lots of crying emojis and a photo of Rhodes looking over his dad. We are all with you, Dylan. Know that things happen, and everyone I know is down for the effort to get out there and give it your all. There's one thing you know about Dylan Bowman. I'm gonna choose to stop just for nothing. So sending love and thanks for sharing with everyone, Dylan.
I'll be honest, I hope that
maybe if he's okay, maybe selfishly here, see him pivot to something else. I know that Hardrock is what is really near and dear to his heart, but he did the work. Like, he really trained pretty hard.
He did.
To get ready for Hardrock. And he looked really good for a lot of miles out there. Was moving, not leading the run, but toward the front of the pack. And, it shows that there's still something out there. And for anybody who thinks that, maybe 40-year-old Dylan Bowman, has seen his best days go by, the guy who's leading the run is a couple years older than that.
Just a few.
Okay, so that...
To McKinnon giving us awesome shots from the sky here. I know that looks like two runners very close to one another. So Arlen Glick.
Yeah, that's definitely Arlen in the
and
back.
Ryan Smith. Arlen Glick catching up to Ryan Smith here, very, very close to one another. They were quite a bit apart. It did look like maybe just, some pauses in the climb, but he is moving well now. Looks like his hiking pace has increased there, maybe just due to the fact that Arlen Glick is right behind him.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, this is coming out of American Basin, which is amazing that we've got these visuals here. Because I actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we've actually had the shots from here in American Basin, because if you're looking from behind the camera, if they were to turn around, you would see handies right there. So this is a first time that we've got these shots, so it's fantastic. And I'm hoping that as these runners approach, they're able to turn around, and you're able to see for some of you out there, for many of you out there, handies peek up close for the first time.
Yeah. So look at this, like in that short amount of time, Ryan Smith widened the gap again. A little surge. This is what a surge looks like at Hardrock. I'm going to put another 20 feet on you. That's right. Try to catch up to this. Both of these runners choosing to have with them.
Of course, there's only maybe about an hour's worth of daylight remaining.
Maybe if that.
Yeah.
If that.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, it's already 8:10 local time.
Yeah, Ryan Smith's already got his
minutes.
headlamp on. He's ready to go. Not wasting any time. Quick recap for everyone if you are just joining. It is turning out to be potentially another historic year at Hardrock 2026. 15 hours or so into the race, we've got on the women's side Courtney DeWalter currently sitting in third place overall, well ahead course record splits, looking to be on pace right now if things stayed the way that they are for potentially a sub 25:40-ish finish. Totally hard to predict, exact times at this moment, but we can say she is ahead of course record splits from the past. And we've got Kareth Arnold in second and Tara Dower in third on the women's side. Men's leader is Ludovic Pomeray, also just trying to lower his own course record, sitting about 20 minutes ahead of his own splits. He is being paced by his nephew, which is awesome. And in second place, we've got Jimmy Elam out of Utah, Salt Lake area. Jimmy is doing his first Hardrock and has been running a really smart race. Third place at the moment. We saw it change. It was Jason Schlarb. I believe it's now David Ayala, and then Jason Schlarb.
So we actually, it's like Ludo is getting quite close to Sherman Aid.
Oh my gosh, Ludo, you monster.
So, to give you a little bit of
It's mile 72.
To give you a bit of a glimpse into what our programming looks tonight, we'll be joined shortly here. We'll give you a chance to go get some rest, Corinne. Well-deserved rest. One, the only Andy Jones-Wilkins will jump back in the seat alongside me, and we're going to go for a few hours tonight, and then we're going to take a break, but the faster Ludo moves, the shorter our break becomes, because we are going to be on full-blown course record alert watch, and I need to figure out how to program my phone to
set an alarm for 2:30, 2:40.
To set an alarm for when Ludo hits Cunningham Gulch.
Oh, yeah. Well, there are text updates. Can you tie an alarm to a text? That'd be cool.
That would be fantastic. I wish I knew how to do it, but I would expect, and we talked about this off the air, Ludo, his split to finish was under 2 hours from Cunningham Gulch to the finish, which is absolutely bonkers to me. And I would, AGW and I probably have maybe 90 minutes to go in terms of sleep. You can see that is approaching, so that's coming up to the top of the first climb, because it's a double climb to get to Handy's through American Basin. That is not American Basin down there. It's actually the other side. That's still the, quote, initial Handy's climb. You can see Arlen Glick coming up now.
Working hard on this climb. Some questions in the chat about the AQI. It's kind of changing. It's been changing a lot over the last week. It was not great early in the week. As we got closer to the race, had a couple days with some afternoon showers that really cleared things up. I believe it was maybe in the 60s or 70s in Silverton at the start of the race, which, very, very solid. That's a normal day in Denver, Colorado. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Anything under 100, they were going to allow, or the race would be on with no deferrals. If it was 100 or between 100 and 150, they were going to allow deferrals for anyone who wanted to take one. Didn't need to be the case. That didn't happen. I will say this morning in Uray, it was a bit smoky. I think the winds had shifted and some of the Cold Mountain fire smoke was kind of coming back into town. I think it maybe got up into the 70s in Uray. It's hard to tell, off in the distance here, there are still wildfires burning, but say the higher you go, usually the better the air is going to get out here. I don't know. We haven't heard anyone reporting, having issues or anything that is a concern right now.
Yeah. Of course, Arlen now up the first, quote, summit, or I guess it's kind of more of a saddle there. That's the best term.
Description.
Yeah. Saddle, and then he's going to head after it levels out for a little bit, going to head down and then have to head back up toward the Handy summit.
He's taking it all in while there's still light. Get some good views. Oh, you can see Ryan up ahead. Let's put a little time now.
Probably wants to do what he can to keep him in sight, but not necessarily worried about, quote, passing him or anything at this point.
Yeah, Arlen's also, he's a runner. I could see him trying to make more of a move on a running section of this course if he was going to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, that was what happened, a couple of years ago at his last high-profile race at Cocodona.
Yeah, when he got to the runnable parts of Cocodona, he's like, oh, this is my jam. See you later. I'm taking off. Let's go. Now I'm going to turn it on.
Yeah. Once he got up to the Coconino Plateau, all of a sudden, Arlen, who had seemed like he was struggling with the earlier climbs, became a completely different runner.
Yeah.
And that's entirely possible to happen here as well. Like, not that there's a whole lot of that availability. There's a less runway at Hardrock than there are at other 100-miler and beyond events. But if anybody can make the most of them, it would be Arlen Glick.
And Ludo now essentially an aid station ahead of the next athlete, as we have not had Jimmy Elam at least trigger at Burroughs.
So Sherman, we do have a time registered for Ludo in and out in 8:12, 8:16.
Spent 4 minutes at Sherman.
Mm-hmm. And how that compares with his time in 2024, it was 14:33, 14:36. So you're talking about 20 minutes again ahead, almost exactly.
Yeah, really maintaining that kind of 20 minutes on his own splits. Could be cooling off. You see some runners with jackets on if they've been standing around, but if you're moving, you're generating heat. So
yeah, of course, when you get when the sun goes down and you're heading up handies, it is definitely time to throw on some extra sleeves
for sure.
Get some layers on. Look like we've got any issues in terms of inclement weather. Air quality seems to have been holding to a degree. Sounds like there might be a hint of a smell of smoke at various spots, of course, but by and large, it has been a pretty clear, pretty smooth sailing Hardrock 2026.
Yep, with no snow.
No, not anywhere on course. I mean, you see a couple of streaks of it in some of the stretches of some of the peaks that don't see any direct, but that's about it. Well, as we watch Ryan Smith make this climb, we're going to Corinne Chauvoy an opportunity to get some well-deserved, well-earned rest.
It's been amazing the last 8 hours. I love this race. I love this whole production, and I will be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with my husband to call in, hopefully, our women's winner and leaders. Maybe not. You guys might be calling Courtney in because she's in the top 3. So if you get to do that, I'm jealous, but
oh no, if you can always come a couple minutes
I know,
early.
Right? That is true. That is true.
You can check your clock and be like, all right.
All right, I'll set my alarm. I'm headed back to Uray for the night with the family, but thank you guys and keep doing an awesome job, and we'll see you back here soon.
Thanks, Corinne. Corinne Chauvoy, folks, doing a whole lot of heavy lifting as part of our Hardrock 100 endurance run broadcast team here at Mountain Outpost. I enjoy really getting the opportunity to work with her. Had a chance to share time with her and Libby Jones at Western States. Had a blast. Work with her at Cocodona and now Hardrock yet again. I love my job. I absolutely love it. Because I get to hang out with thousands of trail running geeks myself and watch Arlen Glick climb 14ers. I mean, are you kidding? That's what, this is living right here. Yeah, it's hard to tell, what Arlen's moving. I mean, he seems like he's moving pretty well. Now, it does look like Ryan Smith was able to put a little bit of space on him, but that's all relative at this point. But I would be quite concerned if I were Ryan trying to stay ahead of Arlen once they get up handies and over the other side. It is pretty technical, but at the same time, Arlen loves stretches of courses where he can open up and really start to use his leg speed. And that's the funny thing. As we mentioned, Corinne and I mentioned AJW, welcome back to the booth, that Arlen Glick prides himself, and he looks at his strength the same way that Harold Meltzer does, in that he emphasizes less how fast of a runner he is and emphasizes more on his ability to move through aid stations quickly. They're discounting themselves as runners because they're fast.
The other thing both of them have in common is they slow down.
Yes.
Arlen realized Now I think he's realizing it. Call him back to somebody. I
Yeah.
Boom. Bench fourth place because we did get sort of unsubstantiated. Marv was asleep on the trail.
We did see him back awake, though.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We did see there was a pass, a Courtney pass of a person asleep on the trail, and it was kind of unmistakably Schlarb. But Chris, get me up to date because not yet. We've got now. Oh, sorry. Get me up to date. We've had some drops. We have Dylan Bowman, looks like.
Yeah.
Right? And I know there was a social media post about that he felt like he couldn't continue safely. He said it was scary and he could continue safely. Tom Evans, do you know anything about that drop?
No.
Okay.
Haven't heard anything about, as far as specifics beyond Dylan's decision to withdraw. We're following the back of the Packers, and unfortunately, our runners who made it into Telluride did not make it out.
Those are Joseph Beers and Lynette Mc.
Yeah, that's correct. So we did lose a handful of runners at Telluride at mile 27.8. Our next cutoff is not for several hours. That would be at Uray at 3:15 in the morning. Of course, there are two aid stations between Telluride and Uray, one of them being Kroger's Canteen, which is not exactly an extraction point.
no, and having, I know those folks up there know exactly what the split times are. They know exactly what someone will have to do when they get there to get back down to Uray in time for that. Would you say 3:15 or 3:45?
3:15 in the morning.
3:15. So and I think that's the next hard cutoff, right?
Yeah.
So we'd be probably looking, not to get too ahead of ourselves, but we'd be looking at folks like Jeff Perry, Jason Emberger, Tina Uray, Elaine Batson, a 60-year-old, 66, 65, 42. They all cleared out of Telluride within about 30 minutes of the cutoff there. So, and as the night wears on and we go into tomorrow, and tomorrow night wears on, we'll be tracking them. I just wanted to ask one more. Did you hear anything about some of these other drops? For example, Jeff Rome or Eliza LaPierre?
No,
we don't have details on that. So we do know though that that's actually a fair number for Hardrock. Barely 14 hours into the event, so still with 34 hours to go. That's a lot of drops.
Yeah.
I wonder when we do an autopsy of it, we might find out the smoke or the heat or what have you. But that's a fair number of drops this early. I think it actually, by my count, it's 9 drops right now.
Yeah, that is a pretty high number. At least it feels like a high number. Looking at the last time we ran in this direction in 2024. By Hardrock, by Telluride, there were only 3 drops.
Yeah.
Of course, not everybody who has dropped at Telluride.
Right. No,
So,
there's 6 at Telluride, and then there are the 3 that we've talked about: Tom Evans, Dylan Bowman, and Jeff Rome.
So maybe the heat perhaps has taken its toll on the runners, as we mentioned. Compared to obviously our barometer this summer being Western States, it being warmer on race day in Silverton than it was in Auburn 2 weeks ago, is definitely a factor. It feels fine but warm here in Silverton, and in the high country, the sun is just absolutely beating down on you. So,
now, were you on the air when Tara Dower came through Uray?
No, I was not.
And it looks like she's now through engineer. I've got to say, and I think I can say this now because she's moved along pretty well, that camera footage we had of her at the top of Oscars. I mean,
yeah.
we're talking, this is like 21 miles into the thing. She couldn't really stand up well. Her poles were kind of flopping over. She said to the folks that were up there, they weren't aid station people, they were just folks that were up there, that she needed to sit down. I mean, she really looked rough. She made it down to Telluride. She had a 5-minute aid station stop there. She didn't sit down. Well, guess what? Tara Dower is now charging. She's in 9th place overall, 3rd place woman, and she's just, right on the heels of Kareth Arnold. I want to say on the heels. It's on the heels in Hardrock language. It's about 40 minutes. But, this could be a story of like a comeback variety. The biggest comeback variety story following is Arlen Glick, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I'm really enjoying it. Of course, a beautiful shot here of the sunset in the San Juans, something that I love coming up here to witness on an annual basis. Give a quick update on the top 10 in the men's and women's fields. I have it right in front of me. Of course, leading things overall, Courtney Dauwalter just doing historic things yet again, because that's what Courtney does. Looking like maybe about an 83-minute lead on F2 Kareth Arnold, and Tara Dower maybe about 45 minutes back of Kareth. So that's your top 3. Your F4, Jenny Pierce.
Hang on just a second. Here's Kareth.
Yep. Yep.
And it looks like
looks good.
This is going into grouse, bulking down some food.
Kareth Arnold, our current F2, 8th overall.
Then she's screwed. She's got Amanda up handies. She's going to be moving. Amanda Basham, an incredible veteran runner, been around a long, long time. Ultra member as well. Looks like she's all set in her black stealth suit. There's Amanda on the far right. Recognizable calves, if nothing else. And Kareth looks good. Just kind of that I've always loved this. Take note of that. They're just chatting. The Pacers are chatting. Just a little potential exchange of information, how frequently she's taken a gel or what have you. That's definitely something when you're switching Pacers. I think at the elite level, it's good to do. Just sort of say, yeah, she's climbing better and the descending, or she needs a little word of encouragement here or there. But there's Rachel saying hello.
I see Meg Eckert right behind them as well.
Indeed.
Talk about a collection of talent.
Yeah. Oh, there's Meg right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then quick, tags and gone. Gonna do the crew thing and keep rolling.
Yeah, Kareth looks just genuinely so relaxed right now. Seems to be in control of herself here. Our current, as we mentioned, F2. While we are watching Kareth here, I want to run out the top and in the women's right now. Our F2 Kareth Arnold, 3 Tara Dower, F Jenny Pierce, F5 Aaron Shaw, 6th place Bailey Eppard, 7th Darla Askew, 8th Casey Lichtheig, 9th Jenny Fox, and in 10th place, rounding out the top 10, has moved her way up, Megan Slavin.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And by the way, Casey's moved her way up. She was in 18th back at KT.
Running very strategic, perhaps.
So again, it's a short little out and back. They go down, come down this road. This is the second of the 3 ramps that they come down, and she's going to make a right at that cone.
Mm-hmm.
This is now the new old aid station, the Grouse Gulch aid station, and looks like she's going to make this right and maybe stop one more time for the crew. But yeah, great shot here as the late afternoon light is settling in on Grouse Gulch aid station.
It is about 9 miles to Burroughs from here, maybe about 9.5. It is 5, almost 5 exactly to the top of Handy's. So it's about 5 miles of gain, about 4,000 feet of climb, perhaps, and then you head right back down on the other side.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, it's 4432 up and 4603 down.
And so it's all in chunks.
Yes, it's one big up and one. Well, actually, you're right. You the American Basin, you get to that.
Well, you dip a little bit,
and then you dip a little, but then you grind up, and then it's all down from there. But those are the stats. This is a beefy section of the course, and then not to get ahead of ourselves, but you get to Sherman, and you have a 950-foot descent down to Sherman. By the way, I was looking at from Burroughs to Sherman.
Yeah.
By the way, I was looking at what Ludo did there. He did 35 minutes. I want to put that in perspective. That's 4.1 miles in 35 minutes. It's like 9-minute pace, maybe a little bit slower than 9-minute pace. Really moving well through there. That's a section. That's the final ramp and the shortest of the 3 ramps. But a good one, and a good one to make some time on. So we're looking down at Kareth Arnold and her crew, just getting set up for the night, it looks like. I think Chris set you up for our plan if you're settling in for the night. I know some of you are doing so. We're going to be on the air for a few hours here now, and then take a little bit of a break, and it may be a very little break, before we get ready to bring in the final, the leading men finishers.
We might be bringing in the lead women,
We might
too.
be bringing in the lead women, too.
The way that lead woman is running, it might not be much time between them. So, and this is saying that with respect to the fact that Ludo is absolutely pulverizing this course right now. Courtney.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, here they go. So this is the beginning of a 4,000-foot climb, a little descent in the middle of it.
And Kareth is the first runner that I've seen to actually throw on a layer before the ascent, which tells you that things are starting to get a little bit dark. I think our cameras do lighten things up a little bit. I've found that sometimes when I'm watching the live stream versus sitting out at an aid station, I realize, oh, wait a minute, there's a little bit of visual effect going on here. But shout out to our Skycam.
Yeah, and I don't know. She may take that layer off in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So this is something I want to ask you about in terms of logistics. So you've got Grouse Gulch, and then to get from Grouse Gulch to Sherman is a haul, no matter how you look at it. Sherman, I guess technically you could say Lake City, I guess is another way to look at it. That's close to where the aid station is. That's a heck of a drive.
I mean, for someone going this pace that Kareth is going, Amanda's probably going to take her to Maggie.
Okay.
Or possibly even Cunningham. You're not going to, unless they've already sent somebody ahead to Sherman, a second crew, where you're going to have a second pacer, they wouldn't make it in time. It's a 120-mile drive, and it's not a really fun drive either. And knowing Amanda, you can even see right now, she's going to stretch the elastic right away. I'm guessing she's at least going to go to Maggie, if not all the way to Cunningham. I know when Rachel was on this morning, her plan with Tara was to do Grouse to Cunningham. And then you have a third pacer that goes in from Cunningham. I'm guessing that's what Amanda's going to do. They may have another crew going around to Sherman. There's no crew allowed, of course, at Burroughs.
Yeah, I was wondering. I mean, I don't know what kind of vehicles they're rolling with, but I guess that one alternative would be to take Cinnamon Pass. But man, driving that at night really does not seem like a lot of fun.
And it's not like a disqualifiable offense, but the race definitely discourages it.
Okay.
And again, not disqualifiable, but because there's so much traffic on that road, even into the night with ATVs and so forth, they just discourage it. Yeah, great ride if you're out for a little weekend stroll. But no, I think to go from Grouse to Sherman, I mean, I don't even think a back of the Packers crew would really want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kareth heading up the first part of that climb. Shout out to our Morton Skycam for bringing us, again, these wonderful visuals here of the departure from Grouse Gulch heading up to the high point of the Hardrock 100 course, Handy's Peak.
A little perspective on the climb. So where Amanda and Kareth are right now, it's a good 2,800 to what is called the Grouse American Pass, which is a pass. It's on the screen. It would be a round to the left. And Grouse American Pass in and of itself is just about 13,000 feet. I think it's 12,800. Then there's a short little steep descent. It's kind of through some willow thickets, and it's actually kind of annoying. And then you kind of have some switchbacks, and then a full-blown steep straight up 1,000 feet. So imagine you're sitting at 13,000 feet, and you've pretty much got a straight scree field. There's some switchbacks on it. There's somewhat of a discernible trail, but you're going straight up to Handy. So while you have gone over 13,000 feet now 4 times, and with Putnam Cataract Ridge almost 5 times, now you're going a full 1,000 feet above that. And that'll take it out of some people. I wanted to note while we have this shot in the background, if you look on the left, you can see the road, the ramp, the second ramp. It's a rugged road, but nonetheless, it's a road, and the runners are coming down that.
Yeah. And that road, as I was telling Corinne a little bit ago, has gotten rougher year over year. To drive out to Grouse Gulch from Silverton on Highway 2 has become a labor of love.
Oh, yeah.
It absolutely has become a labor of love. Back in 2016, 2017, I would dare to venture out in my old Chrysler 200 to make that drive. Nowadays, you definitely want, at the very least, maybe 9 inches of ground clearance, and perhaps, I think you could probably make it with front-wheel drive, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah. Hey, I want to point out, I've known Amanda Basham for a decade. Mm-hmm. She's awesome. She's a former top tenor at Western States. She's been in the game a long, long time, mother of 2 kids. Her husband, Justin Grunewald, is also an ultra runner.
Oh, yeah.
Just watching her, she's obviously psyched to be in this position of pacing Kareth. She's already turned around 3 times, just with a little, she's turning around again. Just turning, look how beautiful this, I can hear her voice right now. And we interviewed her a couple of years ago. She came out to a low-key event down in Arizona.
Frenzy.
It was so much fun. All right, here we have a runner coming into Burroughs.
If it's a runner coming into...
Might be a pacer. It is a pacer. And that's Jimmy Elam.
Oh,
It was just Jimmy Elam's pacer coming in just a few strides ahead.
A little bit of a deke on us there.
Yeah.
Throwing us a curveball. We were like, wait a minute. I have to admit I was a little bit embarrassed because I couldn't identify who that was initially. But then, of course, with Jimmy coming in, in rapid succession,
so this is Burroughs Park Aid Station at the base of Handy's, and from here, it's a 4.2 mile, gently descending, smooth road. So don't want to spend much time in here. Top off your bottles, get out.
Of course, Jimmy at last check at Grouse was about 36 minutes behind Ludo, which is a significant but not insurmountable gap at this point. I'll see if we can get an official check. We're talking 14:41 at this point.
It's looking like it's almost an hour, Chris.
Yeah.
The departure of Ludo was at 7:41.
Yeah. So Ludo did put some time on Jimmy here. And if that is the case, then, what I just said about it not being insurmountable, again, nothing is insurmountable. We've seen some crazy things in races that we've covered, but with every passing mile that Ludo seems to put ground on Jimmy and the remainder of the field, the likelihood of them running him down tends to get narrower and narrower.
And Ludo is just proving to be the beast of a descender that he really is. He descended off Handy's incredibly well. He descended down this road. You can see it. This is the 3rd and 4th final ramp. Jimmy has a chance because Are we looking back at Grouse? Or are we getting our first look at Cunningham?
I was going to say, is that Cunningham there?
We might be getting our first look at Cunningham, Morton aid station. But
this is Grouse. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is Grouse. I do think that Jimmy does have a shot on the climbs.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be his kind of his only shot. But really moved well and still lost, over 20 minutes.
It's just going to be so hard to. How do you find 60 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
With 28 miles to go, on this course. It's there if things go your way, but at the same time, or not 28, 38. No, it is 28 miles to go. My mistake.
But it feels like 48.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure for them it's going to feel like 68. Yeah. But it's just going to be really difficult. I always hesitate to call any run that we're covering simply because we've seen crazy things happen, miles from the finish line. But Ludo is looking extremely strong right now and building that gap and giving Jimmy Elam and the remainder of the men's field in this case a lot less time to make their moves.
Right. And he's proven it. He's proven on this course. He spends a fair bit of time, or a lot of time here, comes over every year, trains here. I think an impressive, I didn't know if he could do it, especially with a bunch of, guys that had not been here before. Tom Evans kind of stood up to all of them. And again, we're not over yet. It's far from over. But man, so cool to see Ludo Pomeray, 50 years young, getting after it. And the next runner we'll probably see into Burroughs will be Courtney Dauwalter, third place overall. Again, we're guessing that she passed Jason Schlarb, who was taking a rest, let's just put it that way, on the trail.
If the tracker is to be believed, then Courtney has actually hit the summit and is now just beginning the descent off Handies. And Schlarb is probably about, a couple hundred meters from the finish. But that couple hundred meters, or not from the finish, but from the summit.
From the summit, yeah.
That's a hard couple hundred meters.
Right.
Because it steepens out and it is completely exposed. If there's, any semblance of wind up there, it can get pretty awful on the top of Handies.
And a reminder, in 2024, the last clockwise direction, Courtney Dauwalter finished fourth overall. Just a quick glance at her split was at 16:24 in and out of Burroughs. 16:24 in and out of Burroughs. I'm guessing she'll be somewhere in the 15:50 range in and out of Burroughs, given it's 14:45. And again, if you can believe the tracker, she's on the descent right now. It's about a 5 mile, 4.5 mile technical, especially the first 1,000 feet off. It's kind of that ball bearing stuff that, as Jeff Browning was on earlier, it's really dry. It can be slick, not muddy slick, but slippery slick. But I'm guessing that we'll see Courtney probably into Burroughs about an hour from now.
Yeah, and I the thing is, with what we've seen so far, what Ludo is doing is absolutely unbelievable. But Jimmy is still only off maybe 35, 40 minutes off the previous course record. He could very well finish in under 22 hours, finish an hour behind Ludo if things hold to form.
100%. Oh, the chat's coming to life, Chris. This is good. We've got some folks cracking their brews.
Glad to hear it.
Very
how
nice.
Else would you spend a Friday night?
Exactly. It is Aravipa After Dark. Two-Hearted IPA, Giovanni Clean cracked one of those. Blim Captain chiming in. That's a solid brew. Anybody else cracking a brew out there? Weigh in the chat. It's 10:47 Eastern time, so who knows what folks on the East are doing. It's the middle of the night in Europe, but you guys might be awake, because you do European things.
Some people ask where everybody's from in the chat. We ask, what are you drinking?
What are you drinking? Yeah.
One of the things I love about Hardrock, and I see it with some of our other live streams as well, is that when you go around town, I just actually Went to El Bandito, one of the excellent local restaurants here, great Mexican restaurant here in Silverton with my son and my friend Kat Forrest. We went out for dinner tonight, the three of us, and they had the Hardrock live stream on multiple televisions.
Nice.
I love seeing that. The community has wrapped its arms around what we're doing here to try and help bring this race to the world and making it more accessible for those in town. I mean, I love, what other outlets, shout out to I Run Far, what they're doing and some of the stuff that they do out there. And maybe we'll be able to corral Brian Powell to come into the studio and chat with us.
We should definitely do that. Sorry, I'm interrupting because we've got lots. Lemonade Rockstar and NA Lagunitas IPA, a kombucha. Someone's cracking a Pliny. Wait a minute, Giovanni Clean. Not allowed unless you have one for me. The folks from Australia, it's still morning over there. Okay, Tropical
That's
Lightning.
Not going to stop people.
Tropical Lightning IPA from Wilmington, North Carolina. Got a Racer 5 open. Tropical John, of course, you got a Racer 5 open. Drinking Water in Melbourne, Florida. A Homebrew IPA, an Odell's IPA, Tower Station in Flagstaff. All kinds of fun stuff. I also wanted to mention we have this a lot with the crowd favorites. I understand lots of folks asking what happened with Dylan Bowman. Dylan Bowman's official drop at the Uray aid station, and I would just encourage you. I assume if you're a Dylan Bowman fan that you follow him on social rather than tell the story for us to tell the story. Go ahead and check him out on social. He gave a little bit of information about that, and you can learn about it there. But Dylan, as well as Tom Evans, are DNFs from the front of the pack, and the women's side. Liza LaPriere is a DNF. Back to the business. A Vancouver Island Lager, a Sauvignon Blanc, another big-hearted IPA. This is good. A Voodoo IPA. I like that one. A LaCroix. That works. Mammoth Brewing, Golden Trout German. Ooh, Mammoth Brewing, Golden Trout German-style ale. Hoof. I need to get me one of those. A Castle Danger Aurora Haze IPA from Two Harbors in Minneapolis, and chocolate milk. Over to you, Chris.
I can't believe somebody would bring up Malort in the chat. And no,
wait,
Malort is not a true ultra beverage.
It's got to be your buddy.
It's got to be somebody from Chicago or somebody with extremely bad taste.
And somebody who knows that you have your feelings about Malort.
I have very strong feelings about Malort, and they're not kind ones. Anything that tastes like the smell of shoe polish is just not something that I want to be taking part with.
Another Lagunitas coming in, a pineapple Spindrift. Nice.
Somebody was asking if you're on Untapped. I was always wondering that myself.
No, well, there may be somebody disguised as me on Untapped. But there's no AJW on Untapped. A Spotted Cow, or that somebody wishes they were drinking it. Dog Malort is the jam. Okay. Let's get back to the race. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely. And on that
for
note,
indulging us.
Let's give you a rundown of the top 10 in the men's run here at Hardrock. Of course, we gave the women's breakdown just a little bit ago, but your top 10, as we mentioned, your current leader, two-time defending champion, Ludo Pomeray, just doing it again. Second place, first-timer, but somebody who a lot of people had very high expectations for, Jimmy Elam. Currently in second, about an hour back. In third place, looks like Jason Schlarb. In fourth place, Arlen Glick or Ryan Smith. We saw Ryan ahead, but Arlen and Ryan are basically maybe within a baseball throw of one another.
Right. We saw them heading out more or less together out of Grouse.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the lower slopes of Handies.
And let's see.
Got a little split screen here. Let me just jump in. So on the left is Grouse, and on the right is Burroughs.
Yep.
If you're looking on at home with the cone in the middle, Burroughs is basically just sort of a parking lot trailhead if you want to go up Handies from the non-American Basin side. Just enough room for a couple of cars and a porta potty, and Grouse, as you can see, is it's nice to have the aid station back in the original spot.
Oh, absolutely.
But I interrupted. Who else?
Oh, no.
Back down the top 10.
Yeah. So our top 5: Ludo, Elam, Schlarb. Where did I go here? Okay. Ryan Smith, Arlen Glick, that's your top 5. Rounding out the top 10 in the men's Hardrock run, David Ayala, Paul Terranova moving up. We might have to have some Paul Terranova talk because I know you know
Paul
him very well.
Paul has been charging.
Richard Cook moving up into 8th. In 9th, Mark Marzin. And in 10th place, the man with the homebrew shoe himself, Nick Curry.
Negative split Nick, or as I like to call him, just negative Nick. But nonetheless, as I said, he was probably in 30th place at the top of Grant Swamp, and here he is, sneaking his way into the top 10. A quick note too, and again, this is unofficial, but David Ayala has been in grouse since 7:15. I'm going to check one more time to see if it's updated, but it is not. So David Ayala is taking an extended break, it looks like, in grouse. Tara Dower would be next into grouse, our 3rd place woman.
Of course, we did talk at length about Tara seemingly rallying from looking pretty rough early on here at Hardrock, but seems to have righted the ship.
Yes, and I don't think I can state it emphatically enough. She looked really rough.
Yeah.
Going up over Oscars, and it was only mile 23 of the race, but she has bounced back, and here she is in the 9th place overall, and 3rd place woman, and she's made quick work of the aid stations. Just 6 minutes at Uray, just 3 minutes at Engineer, and she'll likely be the next runner coming into grouse here.
Yeah, somebody was asking where Ludo was in relation to his previous course record. Ludo hit Sherman and was out of Sherman at 8:16 p.m. And last year it was 8:36. So holding 20 minutes on 2024's clockwise course record.
Oh, we got a great one. Lawson Sip of Sunshine. Kelly Grundle wishes they had a Lawson Sip of Sunshine. That makes 2 of us.
Oh, I see somebody talking about kokanee beer.
That's a good one.
I've only had kokanee. There was about a 2-week stretch where I had my fill of kokanee. When my friend Ryan, who has since passed, his parents came down from Dauphin, Manitoba, and when they came to visit him, they drove down to Arizona, and his request that they bring as much kokanee beer as they could fit into their vehicle when they drove down, and they brought like 6 cases down, and it lasted us about a week and a half just hanging out. But kokanee beer, I was a big fan.
As is often the case, the chat has helped me out here. David Ayala is not stuck in grouse, but is indeed almost to the top of handies, as reported. I'm not sure what's up with the tracker down there. Maybe he didn't go across the mat, but thank you for that chat.
Yeah, grouse has a little bit of an out and back right there.
Yeah, I would really be surprised because David Ayala's looked so good all day. I'm surprised that he would have stopped there. So he has not, and he's just about up on handies.
Okay, so yeah, looking like maybe rather than as I mentioned, just outside of the top 5, more likely just inside of the top 5.
Is he on the tracker? Is he looking like slightly ahead of Arlen and Ryan?
Maybe more than slightly.
How about Courtney?
Looking at the progress tracker, it looks like Courtney is up and over. Schlarb maybe. Schlarb is about at the summit. Ayala maybe right behind him.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering.
Schlarb and Ayala,
You could have David and Jason right together, a little ways behind Courtney, and then the next ones up might be Arlen and Ryan.
Because Arlen is just passing Sloan Lake now, from what I can see. Of course, Sloan Lake is a lake that is basically a nice little photo op, maybe about 3/4 of a mile from the summit of Handies.
25 Peter Lauer Barrel XR Riesling. That's a good one. Labatt's, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Kokanee versus Rainier. Who wins?
I've never had Rainier. So.
Oh, Rainier's good stuff. Now that I live up in the Northwest, that's kind of a go-to. So, yeah, our Ellen Silva 3122, David at Sloan Lake 10 minutes ago. Okay, sorry about the misinformation. I was going off the open split time. Shouldn't have done that. Looks like in this year's race, at least, the trackers are tracking better than the mats.
Yeah.
But hopefully they'll all get straightened out at
and that's
Burroughs.
what we do here on Mount Outpost. We kind of use a combination of when we do have spot trackers, we try and follow those as well as kind of balance what we get from open split time, trying to parse things together because sometimes one might not be entirely accurate, whereas the other one is, or vice versa. So, one of the things that we do tell people, especially in the first half, now that things are spread out a little bit more, you can tend to rely on the map tracker, is that for the first 15, 20 miles, everything is so bunched together.
Yeah.
And these trackers are pinging ever so close to one another. Hello.
And the trackers have been better this year than I remember in the past. So that's a good thing. I typically ignore the trackers, but I'm not going to do that anymore because it's gotten me in trouble. This is Uray aid station. They're going until 3 a.m., so they're just getting rolling.
Yeah, that does say mile 58.6. You would subtract that from 100 because this sign, Hardrock, in the interest of being, I guess, economical and mindful, use it like the other side of the sign will say Uray mile 41.4 or 41.5, I believe. So that aid state, that sign would be, for the people coming in next year, would be accurate.
Right. They put it out a year ahead of time.
Yeah. Of course, glad to see life at Uray Aid. Things were kind of touch and go there, a couple of weeks ago, but now that, obviously, as you can see, they were able to get everything all set up there. Uray is one of my favorite places in the world to visit. Such a beautiful, beautiful town.
Oh, yeah. The Switzerland of America?
Yeah.
Of North America, perhaps?
I do believe 550 is open north of Uray. One of the things that I normally do, though, is I usually go up on Friday afternoon to Uray and hang out after the start of Hardrock. But this year I didn't want to be any part of traffic or anything that was potentially going on, of course, with everything in that area. So I opted to stay here in Silverton for
Hey, Chris,
day
Michael Zappa is after your own heart. Malort tastes like gasoline and earwax.
He's being generous. Although I have not drank enough gasoline with earwax to confirm, but... yeah, there's just something about Malort that is absolutely terrible.
Quick note on what Ludo is up to before we crown him the king of Hardrock. The section that he's on right now, the climb out of Sherman, the 9.5 miles between Sherman and Pole Creek, after about a 1,000-foot climb down in Sherman, you're still in the trees, but after about 1,000-foot climb, you get out of the trees and you are up high for a long time. The vertical Pole Creek to Sherman, it gains 3,082 feet. It loses 1,476 feet. It is a grinding climb, and once you're up there, you are up there. I mean, if you look at the elevation profile, it stays above 11,000 feet for a good 20 miles until the final part of the descent off Green Mountain into Cunningham Gulch. So depending on how your body's adapting to the altitude and how your day has gone, it's actually the section of the course at which you're above 11,000 feet for the longest period of time. And as somebody who went up above 11,000 feet today for my little getaway, I can say it's definitely no joke being up there.
Did you go up Kendall?
No. I went up Little Giant.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, whoever named Little Giant, it's not little. It's a giant, but it's not little.
Yeah, it is. It is extremely tough.
Little Giant's the last climb. By the way, if you don't know, Little Giant's the last climb from Cunningham up and over. I took it in from this side. So
I don't know if that would be. I think that would be tougher because you have that scree field leading up to the top.
Yeah.
Because I have approached Little Giant from the Cunningham Gulch side and ran from there into town. I think it was 2 years ago when I did that, and I was shocked at how rough the descents were. And so, like, heading up.
Yeah, and there's a couple sections once the road gives way to the single track. There's a couple sections where it seems like the trail designers just said, screw it, we don't need to make a switchback, and they just like went straight up. And it's like, for these guys coming this direction, it's a little bit of a butt slide, and but no big deal for them. But yeah, I needless to say, the 11,000 feet, the section where you're above 11,000 for what could be, even for Ludo, a good 2.5-3 hours, it has an impact on you.
Is Chris Gerber still running the show up in Uray? I know he.
I think so.
Many years.
So. I also know that Chris is just. He's kind of everywhere.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him out at Cocodona, hanging out with Howie Stern earlier this year. I was actually surprised to see him there, but he was helping Howie taking finish line photos there. Of course, Chris is long associated with Hardrock and the Uray aid station, as long as I can remember.
Yes, indeed. So they're asking for a studio shot. I don't think so, Gavin.
No,
you don't want one of those. You'd much rather look at the Uray aid station than us. What am I drinking? I do have a little beverage over in my backpack, but it's going to stay over there for right now. Jizzle Whizzle IPA, that would be good, but no one's come up with that. Breckenridge Brewery Juicy Drop Hazy IPA, that sounds really good. Hop Zone from Montana, oh yeah. But nonetheless, I'm not suggesting that Ludo's lead is in jeopardy with that high altitude section, but it is something to pay attention to.
We'll try and see if we can catch some of these bib numbers as these runners are departing Uray while we've got the camera on them. I believe I just saw an 11, which would be David Galloway. But yeah, we'll do our best to shout out some of the runners that we do get a chance to see in Uray, if we can keep good eyes on the on what we've got here.
And since we call him Negative Nick Curry, Negative Split Nick Curry, he has really 100% moved his way through the field. He hit Cam Traverse in 3 hours and 12 minutes. Just to put that in perspective, the leaders hit it an hour ahead of that. And he's just continued to sort of do his thing. Short time in each and every aid station. His longest aid station so far is 4 minutes in Uray. He's currently in 10th place, 13th place overall, and on his way to engineer. It looks like Tara Dower. Yes, Tara Dower has hit engineer and would likely be the next runner into Grouse. We'll keep an eye out for Tara and get an idea of what her split is back to, or up to, Kareth, who got in and out of Grouse at 8:30, so about 35 minutes ago. And we saw her leaving with Amanda Basham, urging her on up to Handy's. We got Ryan Smith ahead with Arlen Glick.
Going to do another quick rundown of the top 10 in each of the races here at the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Your top three right now in the women's run: Courtney DeWalter, Kareth Arnold, Tara Dower, Jenny Pierce in fourth, Aaron Shaw in fifth, Bailey Eppard in sixth. I think there was a little bit of a flip-flop there.
Mm-hmm.
Darla Askew in seventh, Casey Lichtig in eighth, Jenny Fox in ninth, and moving into the top 10 for the first time, at least that I've seen, Chelsea Topping.
Oh, nice.
Canadian runner. So that is your current top 10 in the women's side. The men's side is a little bit trickier based on what we know. I'm going to kind of wing it here on what I see. First place, we've got Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam in second. Third, fourth, could be Schlarb. Jason Schlarb could be David Ayala. Fifth, sixth, could be Arlen Glick, could be Ryan Smith.
Ryan Smith, yeah.
That's what we know as our top 6, because there is a bit of a break in there. Actually, as far as I can tell, nearly a 2-hour separation between 6 and 7 in the men's
run. And we
run.
know Paul Terranova is charging. We don't necessarily know what place he's in.
Yeah.
But he's moving, and we know that Nick Curry is charging.
We think that Paul Terranova 7th, Richard Cook 8th, Mark Marzin 9th, Nick Curry 10th. But yeah, the top 6. So after Ludo, there's a bit of a gap, and after Jimmy, there's a bit of a gap, and then there's 4 guys that are all fairly close to one another in Schlarb, Glick, Ryan Smith, and David Ayala. And then there's a significant gap between them and the 7, 8, 9, 10, Terranova, Cook, Marzin, and Curry.
All right, so you have David Ayala's updated out of engineer at 5.
I have. Well, I'm going through.
You still have him stuck at grouse, too.
I'm showing him grouse, but we do know his tracker has been moving.
Is pretty much overhand.
So that's why I kind of freelanced him up into the 3-4 range.
Well, we've gotten some help in the chat. Chris Gerber, this is if Smith Andrea. Chris Gerber is absolutely at Uray, as well as Billy Simpson and some old friends. We'll just leave it at that. Up here at Belgian Ale. Oh, Tropical John. Somebody named Tropical John wants a shot of AJW's Aloha shirt. Okay. Tropical John, I think you know where this Aloha shirt came from.
Did it come from his closet? Basically, he just grabbed a few of them that he felt like he didn't want to wear anymore and sent them your way.
Yeah, Tropical John, I'm rocking the shirt that you gifted me at Western States this year, so thank you very much. I've only worn it every day since you gave it to me.
Our men's leader, Ludo Pomeray, probably about maybe an hour or so from Pole Creek at this point, maybe a little bit less if he is if he keeps things going where he's at, but it's hard to say because Hardrock, the course dictates what's going on. Of course, we mentioned our next cutoff is actually right here where you see our cameras. This is the Uray aid station at about mile 44. That cutoff won't be until 3:15 a.m. So runners who have made it out of Telluride have several hours, basically 6 hours and 6 minutes at this point. So
yep, there's no cutoff at Kroger's for obvious reasons, and extraction there would be virtually impossible. There's no cutoff at Governor Basin, and then the 3:15 a.m. here in Uray. The next one after that is Grouse, and that's at 10:30 in the morning. So just to give you an idea of how stretched out this field becomes, pretty incredible.
Yeah, we're looking. I'm going to try and see who still has yet to hit Kroger at this point. Not that it's an effective cutoff, but it is basically the next aid station for several of these runners. Runners who recently hit Kroger for the, in some cases, the first time. We'll talk about that, actually. We'll talk about what happens when a runner hits Kroger, because there's still a handful yet to do it. Let's see, we've got Kirsty Reed, Rebecca Thompson, Timothy Garvey, and Michael Linscott have just hit Kroger's. Those runners who have yet to hit Kroger's include Ryan Anderson, Brian Slaughterback, Joe Schrum, Joshua Holer, Magdalena Casper Ship, Elaine Batson, Tina Uray, Jason Emberger, and Jeff Perry. Elaine Batson, I want to shout out Elaine. You have to check in before Hardrock in the morning, and AJW knows where I'm going with this one. And they mean it. You have to be in the gymnasium and picking up your spot tracker by 5:45. Otherwise, your entry will go to the next eligible runner. And Elaine played a very dangerous game this morning. As Dale Garland, run director, had to call for her to approach by name with seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it was curious, and maybe Elaine didn't know or didn't care, but it's kind of tradition. There's typically the first couple people on the wait list are sitting there eagerly waiting, all dressed and ready to go, and Elaine just kind of rolled out, and Dale said, "Is Elaine here?" And she rolled out, and oh, never mind.
And I can tell you with certainty, I don't know if the next woman up on the wait list was here in the gymnasium, but the next man was, because it was Don Reichelt.
Yeah.
He was ready to go.
Here.
And that's kind of tradition. If you're next up on the wait list, last year it was Tara Dower.
Yep.
Tara Dower was here in the gym.
2 years ago was Maggie Gutierrez.
Yeah.
She was standing right over here waiting, and her name didn't get full.
I remember my first exposure to this was Jamil Curry. Jamil Curry showed up, the next person on the wait list, and unfortunately for him, everybody showed up. So he had to wait another year. Of course, that was during Jamil's streak of running the same direction every year or every other year, and then finally becoming a true hard rocker on his 5th try. Of course, true hard rocker means that you have completed the Hard Rock 100 in both directions.
So you were asking or commenting about Kroger's Canteen.
Yes,
an
let's
aid
talk about
station
Kroger's.
At over 13,000 feet. It sits on a ledge. Let's just call it a ledge. It's named after Chuck Kroger. He was a Telluride local, a 6-time Hard Rock finisher, and the first captain of the aid station. It sits between Telluride and Uray. It's a critical section. It's at 13,100 feet, and it's basically 5,000 feet either to Telluride or even longer over to Uray. In this direction, most runners, there's still some runners that are going to get here, but most runners will get there barely in daylight. It's about 32.7 in the clockwise direction. For years and years, the aid station was staffed exclusively by Hard Rock 100 finishers. And while this requirement has been loosened slightly in recent years, volunteering at Kroger's is absolutely no joke, requires the ability to hike up and down a massive climb several times, loaded down with gears, and then spending what amounts to several nights on this tiny slab of rock at 13,000 feet above sea level. Most years you go up there and you see a who's who of Hard Rock veterans. It is an incredible spot. It's notable too for a couple other things. Typically, you're at 13,100 feet, so you're not exactly, you don't really have your wits about you. You know you probably need to eat something. You know you probably need to drink something, but you're not exactly sure what. And the aid station volunteers there are so thoughtful and so professional and so experienced. I remember when I got up there both times, a nice volunteer would come over to me with a small plate with maybe 4 or 5 different things on it. Just bite size, a couple of pretzels, some M&Ms, an orange slice, a banana.
Like tapas for trail running.
And then a small metal cup with just a tiny little dribble of beverage in it. Turns out that it was mezcal tequila. That's been a long tradition up there. You would get someone would come to you with one of those small metal cups. They wouldn't force you to drink it, but they would ask you if you'd like to partake. It's a Kroger's tradition, and sometimes people do, and sometimes people don't. But just a wonderful place, a place that most people do not forget after their experience at Hard Rock, regardless of the direction. And it's legendary. The aid station captain has changed over the years, but the culture of the race. I remember talking to Rock Horton years ago. He said, I think it's the only aid station in ultra running where there's a waiting list to work at the aid station.
Yeah. and for years it was a long wait list.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing if you think about it. But it's also what makes Hard Rock magical. The fact that you do have a long wait to volunteer.
Right, and when you think about it, if they didn't have that aid station, you would have basically a 4,500-foot climb followed by a 2,300-foot technical descent with no aid. Yes, it as the crow flies, it only covers 10 miles, but it would be really difficult, especially since much of that is up over 11,500 feet. So thanks to Chuck Kroger and his vision and the race organizers, Kroger's Canteen exists today, and as you've noted, there's more than a handful of runners still headed that way. There's no cutoff there.
So we have a true hard rocker in the chat that said it's the best pierogi on the planet.
I believe it.
Ellen Silva, shout out to Ellen, who became a true hard rocker last year as a second-time finisher. Finished hard rock the first time in 2016, had to wait a decade to get back in to get that other direction down. Actually ran into her 2 weeks ago at the finish line of Western States, and she was planning on being up here to help volunteer. That's actually where I came across her for the first time, was up in Uray when she was volunteering, but wasn't unfortunately able to make it. So tuning into the live stream and probably having a little bit of FOMO and maybe potentially making some plans to come back up here yet again in 2027 if the lottery fates play favors.
Again, here we are as night falls on the Uray aid station, mile 43.9 in this direction. From here, it's about 7 miles to Grouse. 7 miles to Engineer. Then it's 8 miles to Engineer, then another 7 miles to Grouse.
Yeah, even with the math in front of us, sometimes
it's
at this point,
sometimes tough at this point
yeah,
in the broadcast.
As we mentioned earlier, for those that are tuning in, we will be pulling every lever that we can and pressing every button we can to bring the winning finishers regardless of when they come in. Normally we go and take a little bit of a break in the overnight. However, we are already resigned to the notion that we will be waking up earlier than we expected, or maybe not going to bed at the rate things are going, because Ludo Pomeray, with a course record of 21:33 2 years ago, would have put that finish time around 3:30 in the morning.
That's right. Yeah.
We might be coming in earlier than that. So we will, wherever we're at in terms of getting some rest, we will come in to recognize Ludo's finish, assuming Ludo wins. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I need to be careful. But also capture the women's win as well.
Yep, and then the real fun begins, because we're here. We are here all the way until 6 a.m. on Sunday. Just to put this in perspective, we're only 9:20 on Friday. We're here, and it's a lot of Chris and Andy. So if we're annoying, tough luck. But we've got some other commentators coming in. We've got some folks that are going to be out there. But yeah, it's and it really does. Our broadcasts, and thanks to Zach and everybody behind the scenes, it's part of Mountain Outpost. In contrast maybe to some other live streams, we are committed to cover the race from front to back. I mean, if you saw our recent Cocodona coverage, you realize that as much as it was incredible to see Rachel Entrekin's historic performance, we were there, you were there, documenting each and every finisher as they made their way down Beaver Street and made that famous turn onto Birch and made the roll down and we have the same commitment here at Hardrock. Sometimes we might miss somebody just because they sneak through or whatever else, but for people who wait 10 years to get in, it's the least we could do is honor them with calling their finish.
That's well put, AJW. And the fact that last note that you added there, mentioning the fact that in some of these cases, these runners have been waiting 10 years or more. Bill Dittman, friend of mine, Bill Dittman on Instagram made this wonderfully poignant post talking about his opportunity to run Hardrock this year. He first started trying to get into this run in 2014. He mentioned that he at the time was a 26-year-old single guy living in Phoenix, and and was wild-eyed and excited about the idea of getting into Hardrock. I don't know if he ran his first qualifier that year, but it's definitely, I know he ran one by at least 2016. And, flash forward 12 years later, he's 38, he's a father, he's married, he actually works for Morton as a rep, and now it's his time. So, as you said, the least we can do is do our best to honor each and every one of these finishers by giving them their moment in the sun for an odyssey that has taken them, in some cases, a decade or longer.
And I hope we get a chance to chat with him when he finishes. I know you had to work a little bit today, but when he summited Grant Swamp and made that turn and looked down, he did a triple take, and he turned and he looked at the people that were up there taking pictures and whatever, and he was like, and you could just tell it kind of, he had a little pucker time right there. He made his way down, obviously, but it was really fun to see. It hits people. This course hits people at all different times in all different ways. Good stuff. So we are. Thank you everybody in the chat for keeping me posted on David Ayala. Obviously, David missed a mat way back at Grouse, and in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we're missing some other mats at Grouse as well. Probably better in a rare turn of events to focus on the tracker at this point rather than the open split time.
Yeah, so it looks like Jimmy Elam is going to be coming up on Sherman here fairly shortly. And from what I can tell, we do have 3 other runners who
have hit burrows.
Have hit the descent off handies. Talking about Courtney, Schlarb, and Ayala. Unless Arlen is right about at the summit. He's fairly close to the summit of Handies at this point. Probably, it's getting dark out. I was going to say could probably, see somebody standing at the summit, but it has gotten quite dark out there. But I was talking with Rachel Entrigan earlier, and she was excited to pace Tara over Handies because she said that the view of the stars is going to be insane. That's what she was looking forward to.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And she decided that she was going to pick up another pacing duty. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
But she said that when she is, quote, done pacing Tara, that she is going to head back out of the course and pace Jamil Curry. She basically told Jamil this. She didn't ask.
She didn't ask.
No.
Yeah. Sometimes better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah. So, and we did go into a thing where the idea of, trying to see how many times perhaps she can jump in as a pacer could be a fun exercise one of these days. And with a run like Hardrock, where you've got 48 hours worth of course time, you could probably pick up more than a few.
I have to ask, Chris, does she know Jamil? Like, I mean, we know Jamil.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'd necessarily sign up for 8 hours alone on the trail with him. If you know what I mean.
I think that Jamil would be a very interesting individual to pace because he's usually so quiet.
Yeah.
I know that a friend of ours, Gary Foreman, paced him a few years ago here at Hardrock from Cunningham to the finish. But it would be a very interesting exercise.
I mean, I've been on lots of runs with Jamil,
sure,
just kind of going out for a run, a couple of hours. But to hook up with Jamil, 85 miles deep into a Hardrock, his 9th one. I mean, good for Rachel.
Yeah,
good for Rachel. And by the way, she did a fantastic job pacing Stephanie Irving, who was the Silver Legend runner at Western States this year. I got a chance to run in with them, and Rachel's a big fan of Stephanie's Wild Women collective up in Washington State. So super cool.
And she also did a great job here in the studio, helping to kick off was a part of our early broadcast team here today. And for somebody who hasn't spent a ton of time on the live stream anchor desk, did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I have to say that when Rachel's done with running, she's got a spot here on the couch.
Well, the thing is that for her, that could be another 15, 20 years.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to give a quick rundown. Let's do our top 10s again, just simply because I've got them handy. In the women's top 10, let's run it down. Courtney DeWalter, Kareth Arnold, Tara Dower on your podium at this point. Jenny Pearson 4th, Erin Shaw in 5th, Bailey Eppert in 6th. It looks like that might have flip-flopped there, Erin and Bailey now. Darla Askew in 7th, Casey Lichtheig in 8th, Jenny Fox in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Chelsea Topping. Now let's move to the men's run. Ludo Pomeray in 1st, Jimmy Elam 2nd, Jason Schlarb or David Ayala in 3rd, trying to verify that using a combination of the trackers and the open split time results. But some combination of those two. Ryan Smith in 5th, Arlen Glick in 6th, Paul Terranova in 7th, Richard Cook in 8th, Mark Marzin in 9th, and Nick Curry in 10th. That's the way that I see it right now.
Again, we are looking for our next runners down to Sherman.
As far as those next faces we would expect to see at Sherman, we're probably looking... Well, do we have a confirm...
There's a confirmation of Jimmy Elam. Just got it.
So at 9:26, so an hour 10 back, Ludo continues to put pressure on the rest of the field, having stretched in the time between Grouse and Sherman, so in a 14-mile stretch, from a 36-minute lead to a 70-minute lead, so basically doubling his lead between Grouse and Sherman. If you're looking to run Ludo down in the 2026 Hardrock, no matter who you are running out of time.
Yeah.
ETA for winner, 2 a.m. local. I think that's a little bit aggressive. I would say, well, you know what? Maybe not.
3. I think 3 a.m. would be 21 flat.
Yeah, so maybe about close to that would be my
close
guess
to
at
that.
this point.
I'd call it closer to 3 a.m.
Unless Ludo just absolutely turns the jets on and causes AJW and I to lose an extra hour of sleep.
Yeah. I mean, from Sherman, big grind up to Pole Creek, along that high area I was talking about, big descent into Cunningham, and then, even for Ludo, an hour and probably 50 from Cunningham to the finish.
And this is where they actually hit the Continental Divide Trail for a brief cup of coffee.
Up there on Pole Creek. Yep.
Forgot about that. Yeah, I have to admit, and this is one of the things I love about being in the studio with you, AJW, is that I have not actually traversed this section. Everything from the other side of Handy's, that descent down into Maggie Gulch, or that Pole Creek Maggie Gulch area, is entirely foreign to me. So I'm grateful to be here in the studio with you.
It's a tough section. It's, as I've mentioned already, it stays in high altitude for a long time. There are a few places where the trail's a little bit tricky to follow, but in this direction, it just comes at that time. It's dark for everybody. It just comes at a time where it's like, wow, I just gotta kind of get it done.
Yeah,
it can get a little chilly up there. It's not this year because it's so dry, but it can be damp. It can be, you got to do some water crossings up there. It can be challenging. But then you get that descent off of Green Mountain. You get to Cunningham. You see your crew one more time, and then you're kind of smelling the barn.
Ultra Spire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
We are back here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins on this Friday night. Thank you to everyone joining us here. 15 and a half hours into the 2026 Hardrock. This is the Uray 8 at about mile 42. Runners at this point are on the, quote, low point of the course, which is still at 7,700 feet, AJW.
Yep. It's still 77, but it is low. I mean, it's a good place to get some food down. It's a good place to have your crew take care of you a little bit. It's obviously, you can see, very festive. Goes all the way till 3:15 in the morning. Good stuff.
And want to shout out to everybody hanging out here in the chat. I would like to ask each and every one of you to keep joining us, but also behave, however, because I was advised that Ultra Spire is going to be giving away a couple of race kits to a couple of random people in the Hardrock 100 chat, but you got to behave to some degree. So, just be nice.
Yeah, I think we get a vote, or at least we get a veto. And this goes all the way until 6 a.m. Sunday. So good stuff. We've just had a check-in with our director, Zach. We're going to be on now for about another hour, just to give you guys some give you guys a setup here. Chris and I are going to try and get a little bit of sleep, and then we'll be tracking the progress of the front of the pack, specifically Ludo, who's now comfortably got an hour and 10-minute lead out of Sherman. Just to put in perspective, I mean, Sherman to the finish is still it's 28 miles, and even for someone like Ludo, we're talking about 6 to probably 7 hours. So we would be guessing around a 3 a.m. We'll come back on the air. We'll probably put something out on our social media channels, and then we will be back on all the way through certainly the front of the men's field, possibly even Courtney's finish, or the front of the women's field. Don't want to preempt that as well. And then Oh, God, I'm slipping my mind. Then Corinne and her husband,
Graham
will be on. The Shalvoy, Team Shalvoy will be on for the midday tomorrow.
And what I'm using to kind of see where we're at in terms of when Ludo is going to come in and when we need to wake up. So the last time he ran in this direction and set the course record clockwise, he was in Cunningham at 1934, out at 1937, and finished in 21:33. So you're talking almost exactly 2 hours from Cunningham to the finish. Now, aside from the fact that is beyond ridiculous.
Can you say again what his Sherman time was?
His Sherman time this year?
No, that year.
That year? He was in at 14:33, out at 14:36. So that would be 8:33 local time.
Got it. Okay. So he's 20 minutes ahead of that.
Yeah.
All right, good.
It is kind of funny because we're looking at our 2024 splits in total time elapsed.
And we're looking in these splits in time of day.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a little bit of on-the-fly math comes along with this. But as I was saying, that Cunningham to the finish split of under 2 hours is absolutely ridiculous. But I'm kind of banking on him probably replicating that again this year. So whenever Ludo hits Cunningham, maybe about an hour 45 or so, we need to be springing into action.
Yeah.
And there is a good possibility that what we're going to be having is kind of a simultaneous thing going on with Ludo here coming into town, as well as the Uray cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a very
and the
tight
Uray
situation.
cutoff can be pretty dramatic, actually.
Absolutely. That is the next cutoff on the course. There aren't a ton of actual aid station cutoffs at Hardrock. And you might be surprised to hear that with a 100-miler, but you've got basically 7 cutoffs at various aid stations. And part of that is because some of the aid stations simply don't have an extraction point. So you've got to make it to a couple aid stations down. But after our next cutoff at Uray in 3:15 in the morning, so you're talking about 5.5 hours, a little bit less than that, would be Grouse Gulch at 10:30. So that is where we stand. We have some back of the packers that I can kick their names out. So if you're somebody who loves to root for those people who are grinding it out and, in my opinion, getting their full money's worth of their Hardrock experience, you take 10 years to get here, you might as well soak it all in and take your time.
Get your money's worth.
But yeah, so let's look at those runners who have yet to get to Kroger at this point. That would be your back of the packers, because if you haven't made it to Kroger, you still got one big climb ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be Magdalena Casper Ship, Jason Emberger, and Jeff Perry. Those are the 3 runners who have yet to make it to Kroger's Canteen. We do have 3 runners who just made it to Kroger's in the last 10 minutes. Elaine Batson, Joe Schrum, and Tina Uray. So the 3 of them have made it to Kroger's, and everybody else that is still on course has made it in and out of Kroger's Canteen. The most recent person to depart Kroger's did so about 10 minutes ago, and that was Ryan Anderson.
And yeah, and I think all of those you mentioned are probably safe. I don't want to jinx it, but I think they're probably safe for the Uray Cup.
Well, if you're out of Kroger at mile 32.7, that gives you over 5 hours, about 5 hours and 25 minutes to get to Uray.
Right, and again, this is going to sound weird. It's 11.2 miles,
Mm-hmm.
so one would think 5 hours, 11 miles. Well, how hard could that be?
But it's Hardrock miles.
But it's hard. It's Hardrock miles. And so I think I'm just back of the enveloping. I mean, I think if those folks get up and over Kroger in the next, let's call it hour, they pinged respectively at 6:16, 6:58, and 7:23. That's our DFL is Jeff at 7:23. That's when they pinged out of Telluride. If they hit Kroger at between, say, 10:30 and 11, they can get that descent done in about 4 hours. And reminder that about 7 of it is on a relatively smooth road. And so if they are having trouble with kind of the technical stuff, that's a good place to make up a little bit of time.
That's actually one of the things I was going to say, is that once you can get to that descent and you're heading down Camp Bird Road, if you've got any semblance of legs, you can make up that time that you might have lost getting there. And that'll put you in it is runnable. It is one of the few extended runnable stretches, as you mentioned, several miles heading into Uray, where, maybe, you look at the Hardrock clock and you, quote, only have to average 29-minute miles to get through. But some of those miles are 35 and 40-plus minute miles as you're heading up some of the steeper walls of this direction of the course.
I want to note English OKSU is noting that there was the Hardrock podcast called Hard Walk. Did an interview with Rock Horton, who was the 10-time aid station captain at Kroger's. It's a fantastic interview. So if you're interested and fascinated with Kroger's like I am and Ed Chris is, check out that podcast when you have a second. It's really, really good. And Rock Horton, I mean, the guy can tell stories like nobody. So check that out. Thank you for highlighting that, English OKSU.
Yeah. And
Courtney at Burroughs, it looks like.
Let's
see. I think our Burroughs crew has moved on, I'm afraid. I know some of you would love to see Burroughs, but super dark over there at Burroughs.
So Courtney hit Burroughs at 9:41 p.m. Let's see how that compares with what she did in 2024, setting this direction course record. Hit Burroughs at 10:50. Wait, is that right? So Burroughs 16:24. That would be 10:50 or 10:24 p.m.
10:24.
So
and this is 9.
So about 43 minutes ahead
43 minutes ahead of
2024 pace.
Of her previous pace. She's in third place overall. As we anticipated, she has left poor Schlarby in her dust and is in third place overall. And don't look now, Jimmy Elam, but less than an hour behind you is Courtney DeWalter.
Could be a very interesting last 30 or so miles here at the front of the pack.
Courtney was fourth overall in that 2024 race. Currently sitting in third. Again, an exciting race for these other spots in third, fourth, fifth between Jason Schlarb, Arlen Glick, and Ryan Smith. To this day, Arlen Glick is a story of the race for me. I can't wait to talk to him afterwards. What a comeback story for him. And Kareth Arnold and Tara Dower, anytime you're running, you're sort of doing a Courtney chase, it's tough. But they're holding their own and really doing well.
Thanks to everybody tuning into the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. This is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. This is our fourth year, AJW.
I know, and it gets better every year. I mean, we've got more drone footage this year. We've got more cameras on the ground. We've got a great, team here in place. It's fantastic. Great to be here. They do a great job making our studio here basically in the weight room in the gym. The gym, of course, is where the start and finish is. So we get a steady supply of runners coming through as they finish through the day tomorrow and the night tomorrow and into Sunday morning. It makes our job a little bit easier to kind of target some interviews. We have the couch here ready for those who are inclined. We don't want to push people into interviewing. We usually just ask them to if they're interested or if they're available to come on up when they're ready, and it's a lot of fun.
Of course, somebody was asking about a couple of the DNFs who have registered here at Hardrock, and the way that we cover this and all of our events with Mountain Outpost is that we have to be very careful with what we share because a lot of it, like when somebody DNFs, it can be personal, it can be private, it can be medical. So we tend to not speculate on reasons unless we've seen perhaps an Instagram post or we get feedback directly from the competitors themselves. For instance, one of those being Dylan Bowman. Dylan Bowman has posted to Instagram talking about his 2026 Hardrock and why things came to a close for him. And I invite everybody to check that out. Conversely, Tom Evans has withdrawn but has not shared anything, and I don't have any information or detail with regard to what happened there. But when he and if he is willing to share that with the world, we're happy to pass that along. Or if we do hear from him directly, which has happened in the cases of some people who have pulled out of events, we will hear from them directly. But for the most part, we are here to call the action as it is shown and as it is made public, but we are not privy to any insider information that we can share that has not been made public elsewhere.
And that's actually, Chris, a really good point, because that's one of the things I really love about trail and ultra running as it's grown and as media has become part of telling the story and sharing the story. And I think it's somewhat distinctive in the world of sports media that we do not, and I mean the big capital W we, whether it's we on a live stream like this or people who are active in the trail and ultra running media space like Dylan Bowman, like Finn Melanson, like countless others, we don't want to necessarily and don't try to necessarily get a scoop, if you will, to put a microphone in front of Tom Evans' face and say, why you drop? Or to put a microphone in front of Dylan Bowman's crew and say, what's happening? Like, if that comes up, great. But what we believe, and I think this is really collective in the sport, not just in North America, but worldwide, is that it's the athlete's story to tell.
Absolutely.
It's the athlete's story to tell when it's a positive story, when it's a course record overall win like Rachel Entrekin. It was her story to tell, that famous why not me story. It wasn't us to get it out of her. And it's Dylan and Tom and everybody else who ends up maybe not having the best day. It's their story to tell. If they choose to tell it to us, great, we share that. But we're not in the business of like dragging things up. There are enough stories that are taking place right in front of our eyes, right?
Well put.
That we can just tell, or we have history on people. We can talk about Paul Terranova and how he's charging from the back, and we can talk about Tara Dower and how she's tough because of what she's done on the Appalachian Trail and the Vermont Long Trail and everything else. Like, these are the facts that we can share as people telling the story that's in front of us. There's absolutely no reason for us to like speculate or make stuff up. So while it's almost an unwritten rule, I mean, nobody tells us, not to speculate, but we just don't.
Yeah.
It's just not something that we do. And I think everybody on the broadcast feels the same way. We're gonna take the information that we're given. So in the example of Dylan, our director was right here. He was monitoring social media. When he saw that a post had been made, he notified you and Corinne, and you reported on it, right? Dylan told the story.
Yes.
Right?
And he's a damn good storyteller.
And he's a really good storyteller. We just relayed the fact that Dylan told the story.
Yeah.
And Tom hasn't done that yet. That's fine. He will at some point. I know Tom. He totally will. Just hasn't done it yet. Not his problem, not our problem, And I think that's really something that's unique. And I hope it stays, because it's part of the ethos of what trail and ultra running has built long before it became something that had live streams and lots of sponsorship dollars and everything else. It was like, hey, you sit around after a race and how'd your race go? It wasn't like, man, you looked like crap out there. It must have been terrible. It's how'd your race go?
Yeah.
And that's really what we're doing here.
It's that campfire culture, one of the terms that you taught me
campfire
a long
culture,
time ago.
absolutely. Yep.
But also to add to that, AJW, I think you put that very well in terms of trying to let the runners tell their own stories. We are here to describe what we see, and we are here to give you all the information that we have, and maybe put it into compartments that are digestible for everybody, make it easier for you to follow. Of course, we do have the link in the tracker, or link in the chat to the tracker, but if somebody has a story to tell above and beyond what we have information to share, they know where our couch is.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
And we had people come in to talk about how great their Hardrock went. We've had people to come in and talked about how unsatisfying of a day that they had in the San Juans.
Right.
We've had people who have been at the front of the pack. We've had some people who have had 44, 45-hour finishes come in to witness the final finishers and share their stories, share their experiences. Our couch is always open to the people who run this event. And we're more than happy to allow them the platform to share their story if they want to do it here. If they want to do it on social media, that's great as well. But that's what I feel is so great about what we get an opportunity to do. We know what our responsibilities are, and we also have to be respectful of those people who are out there, fighting and scratching and clawing their way through these courses and not speculate irresponsibly.
And I want to say one more thing too, as a longtime participant in the sport and somebody who, back a long time ago, finished in the closer to the front than I do now. It's different than, say, a baseball game or a basketball game or a soccer game, where immediately afterwards you kind of know if you won or lost, and you kind of know how the game went, and when the reporter sticks a microphone in front of your face, you kind of have something to say. These events take weeks and months and sometimes years to train for, and they also take hours and hours to complete. And at the same time, it takes a while for those experiences to sink in, right? Even the most successful times that I had as an ultra runner, and I've talked about this with a lot of other ultra runners, sometimes it just takes a while for it to sink in. And I have to imagine that that's the same on the negative side. Like, I didn't finish this race. Gosh, I have to unpack that for myself. I mean, it's a metaphor for life.
Yeah.
Man, I messed up my job and I got laid off. I wonder why that happened. Or man, I really screwed up this relationship. I wonder why that happened. Imagine someone putting a microphone in front of your face as soon as you split up with a loved one. You're not going to be able to explain it. and there's a little bit of the attachment to this sport, I think, that's like that. And so we got to give a little bit of grace. I think we all do. We understand that. Now, out of the other side of my mouth, I'm going to also say this does not mean there's not room for editorial opinion in the sport. I have been outspoken, for example, over the years, and I've said it on this live stream before, that when I'm a voter for Ultra Runner of the Year, I'm open about that. I've been almost 20 years. I factor in DNFs to a runner's body of work. I have a little strategy. I have a point system that I do, and I factor those in. Not everybody does that, but I do it. That's an opinion. That's 100% my opinion that I believe DNF should be counted against runners. I don't care why they DNF'd. I just counted against them, right? Maybe that's my fault and that's my problem, and I tell people that. But I think that there's room for editorial opinion. There's room for, wondering about things without finger pointing and blaming and what are you going to do about this or what are you going to do next type of behavior.
Yeah. And if they want us to know those particulars,
they can tell us.
There's the couch.
They can tell us. They can come on this couch. They can come on any number of a gazillion podcasts that exist in the space these days. There's all kinds of ways they can do it. I'm going to get off my soapbox right now, but I'm glad you brought that up because we do get it. Let's face it, there are high-profile athletes in the sport. They're high-profile for lots of different reasons. Some of them are high-profile because they're very, very good at what they do. Some of them are high profile because they have a large social media presence. Mm-hmm. Some of them are high profile because they're just incredibly likable and they have lots of friends. That's all great for them. And by the same token, they've done all that stuff themselves. So when bad stuff happens, obviously it's their call with what they want to do with that.
Yeah. And I think that's very well put. We're going to be taking a break here at the top of the hour, but before we get to that, I do want to give an update on the top 10 in the men's and women's run here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. In the top 10 in the women's run, we've got Courtney Dauwalter, Kareth Arnold, Tara Dower. No changes in that top three. Mm-hmm. The way things are moving, it might be a while if we see any changes in that top three. Jenny Pierce in fourth, Erin Shaw in fifth, Bailey Eppert in sixth, Darla Askew in 7th, Casey Lichtig in 8th, Jenny Fox in 9th, and it looks like there's a bit of a back and forth at the F10 between Chelsea Topping and Megan Slavin. We will be paying attention to them. We will get some splits. Only the top 3 women have made it through engineer. The rest of the top section, actually, it looks like 3 women have made it through engineer and through grouse. And then there are 16 between Uray and engineer. So there's a whole lot of movement that could be taking place in the women's field here at the 2026 Hardrock. In the men's event, Ludo Pomeray, as we mentioned. So interestingly, what Ludo is doing here, just stretching the field. Not only satisfied with taking the lead, but pushing everything here. And if Jimmy Elam or David Ayala is going to move from that 2nd or 3rd position to run Ludo down, they're running out of time. As Ludo is approaching Pole Creek, and we'll probably be getting there here in the not too distant future. But your top 3 in the men's field: Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, David Ayala. Jason Schlarb is in 4th. There was a flip-flop there between Ayala and Schlarb. It looks like Ryan Smith in 5th, Arlen Glick in 6th. A big gap between the 6 and 7, between Smith and Glick at that point. Paul Terranova in 7th, but about 2 hours back of the rest of the field there. 8th, Richard Cook. 9th, Mark Marzin. 10th, Nick Curry. Dustin Simons now hot on his tail, potentially pushing Nick for a top 10 spot at this point. Obviously a long way to go, but that's where the current top 10 stands in the men's field.
I want to just circle back because you mentioned Casey Lichtig, an 8th female. It was not long ago she was about 20th female. She's moved her way methodically through the course. She spent a good 16 minutes at Uray. She left there now about an hour and 42 minutes ago. She's on her way to engineer. Keep an eye out overnight for Casey Lichtig, not to win, but to sneak up further into that top 10, possibly even into the top 5. She's waited 10 years to be in this race. She's an experienced veteran, nicest, most friendly, happy runner. I know she's running with joy out there. She obviously spent time in Uray getting her sort of nighttime setup together. Watch out for Casey.
Of course, we saw, while it was still daylight, we saw Kareth Arnold leaving Grouse Gulch, actually about, looks like she is at the low point of American Basin, which, of course, we mentioned from Grouse Gulch, you go up, then you go down, and then you go back up. So Kareth looks like about halfway across American Basin, which means about a 1,600-foot climb, perhaps, to the top of Handies from there. But that is currently where our F2 is sitting. Paul Terranova, Tara Dower, Ryan Smith also through Grouse Gulch. That's where the front of the field is right now with regard to, I guess we can now say, the second half of the Hardrock 100 in 2026.
All right, we're going to jump to an ad, and we will be right back for our last little segment before we get a little nap.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back to the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are back here. This is your view of Uray 8, about 42 miles in. Most of our cameras are down for the evening. We have our drone pilots taking a nap and also not wanting to navigate the overnights in the mountains. Don't blame them on that one. Our current story is the fact that we have lead men and lead women doing lead men and women things. Mm-hmm. Ludo Pomeray, about half an hour ahead of his, or maybe about 25 minutes ahead of his course record pace from 2024. Courtney DeWalter, not to be outdone, also a half hour ahead of her previous course record paces as well. So that's where we stand. David Ayala, interestingly, just came through Burroughs not too long ago, only about maybe 10 minutes back,
I'm saying
less?
8 minutes, it looks like, leaving Burroughs.
Yeah.
Behind Courtney, so third place man, fourth overall. And then Jason Schlarb, who seems to have come back to life, in fifth, about 12 minutes behind David. So top five are through Burroughs. Again, that's the three of them. So Courtney, David, and Jason are on the last of the ramps. I would expect we'll get a split from Sherman. I'm going to guess Courtney take about 40 minutes to do this section, so I would guess it's going to come in the next 5 or 7 minutes.
Of course, you and I have made a vow to sleep lightly this evening, given the fact that Ludo making us get up earlier.
Yeah.
If Ludo holds, I keep saying that I do my best to not operate under the assumption that any one person is going to win an event, no matter how far into it they are. Maybe until they're like 5 miles from the finish. But the way that Ludo's running this event is so impressive. We could be back on the air before 3 a.m. It could happen in order to call that finish, and we will be here for it.
I think I think we should probably set our alarms for 2.
Yeah. And that's if we get to bed by like 11 here. So, and of course, that right there is going to be the finish line.
All right, there's our first view of the finish line cam.
Lined with flags from all of the states and countries represented here at the 2026 Hardrock 100. One of my favorite things to experience is watching the finish here at Hardrock, because the winners do typically come in the middle of the night, and it is funny how much energy is still present for them even at that time of day. You start to hear the gymnasium behind us really start to buzz with energy. Maybe by the time a runner is hitting Arastra Creek in this direction, maybe with about 3 miles to go. I remember a few years ago when Killian last won this event, and I guess that would have been 2022, when Killian had a contest for a pacer. You might remember this.
Yeah.
And Killian comes darting in, and what's funny is that Killian and Francois Dane had hit the aid station at Cunningham Gulch together, and then it was game on. And Killian came up and over and into the chute, and then maybe a few minutes later, another headlamp came in, and we all assumed it was Francois at first, but no, it was Killian's pacer, because he had dropped his pacer by several minutes. And then a couple minutes later, Francois came in. But that was such an exciting Hardrock to follow at the front of the pack. You had some extremely fun dynamics in the middle of the run, where Dakota Jones, you want to talk about shooting your shot.
Yeah.
As Jeff Browning likes to say, you've only got one match to burn, and oh boy, did he burn it coming out of Uray. Like, he wanted to try and put time on Francois and Killian. He did, but he wasn't able to sustain it. Still finished in amazing third place when you talk about the top of that field. But we have been privy to some pretty amazing fireworks here at the end of Hardrock.
I wanted to jump in here.
Yes.
One of my special interest stories when we did our pre-show was Dan Ryan, who's been the communications director and all-around guru here at at Hardrock. Sorry, everybody has to drink. And I'm in touch with his crew. He has made it to Uray. Dan Ryan. I waited a number of years to get in. So cool to see Dan getting this done, making it into Uray with tons of time left on the clock. So thank you, Sarah, for the heads up. That was great. Dan Ryan is making it in. A couple others that we're keeping an eye on in the overnight. Chris Twiggs. We'll see how he does. I'm interested in seeing how, of course, our good friend Jamil Curry, responsible for a lot of all this. Good friend of mine from back east. I want to say David Henry and Susan Henry, their mother and son, running together. Really looking forward to seeing how they do. They are literally running together. And Greg Loomis, affectionately known as Loom Dog, out in the East Coast, is out there moving along really well through Uray. So we'll check on all of them again in the morning, but good to see how they're doing. Any of your special interest folks you want to shout out?
Well, actually, I want to shout out somebody who we got to see their journey last year. Anna Nenga was our DFL last year, finished with about 7 minutes to spare. Ann is not leaving it to chance this year. Moving very well, nowhere near the back of the pack, probably about 15, well, I guess it's relative, but running at about currently 124th place, so maybe about 15 off of the back of the pack, but has hit just actually should be coming up to Governor fairly soon, which is a really good sign.
Leaving absolutely nothing to chance.
Yeah, so you're talking about somebody who finished Hardrock in 2025 with 7 minutes to spare, looking like they're going to hit, Uray several hours ahead of the cutoff, looking really good. So if you're looking for a middle back of the pack story to follow, Anna Nenga is one that I think you should definitely keep eyes on, because we expect to be hopefully calling her finish, maybe in the wee hours of Sunday. Mm-hmm. So, shout out to Ann.
We will be here.
Absolutely. For those runners who are at the back of the pack, of course, the next...
What do we have? Oh, sorry, we got a new aid station.
We have a new view. Is this...
Anybody
is
in the
that
chat?
grouse? Or is that too flat? Too flat to be grouse.
It's not grouse. If it's Sherman, it's an interesting, different view of Sherman. Burroughs doesn't usually have a fire going. Would they be going to Cunningham already? It's a mystery. It's a mystery.
Huh. We'll have to see if we can get confirmation on that. Sometimes they just pop up a view, and we have to call it as we see it.
It does look like a nice, cozy aid station that no runners have come to yet.
Yeah, and and we've got people. Nobody's wearing puffies, so it's got to still be pretty nice out.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're that high up in elevation.
Could be, could be Pole Creek, but I don't even know if we're gonna have a camera out there at Pole Creek. It's hard to get to.
Yeah, it could be Cunningham, but that would mean we're kind of looking at it from a very weird angle.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll just until. Hey, Jorben, what are we looking at here? Shout out to our producer, Jorben. Here we go with some runners.
Now we're back to Uray.
Departing Uray, well ahead of the 3:15 cutoff. So runners have about 5 hours remaining. I'm going to run down the list of those individuals who are still on the course but not yet to Uray. They have to not only be in but be out. So
that's right, yeah.
But I'm going to shout out several of those names here. We still got quite a few, so I'm going to start at the back and move my way forward and name maybe about the 15 or 20 back of the packers that we're cheering on here. So we're talking about Jeff Perry, Jason Emberger, Magdalena Casper Ship, who have yet to get to Kroger, Tina Uray, Elaine Batson, Joe Schrum, Ryan Anderson, Joshua Holer, Rebecca Thompson, Timothy Garvey, Michael Linscott, Kirsty Reed, Carolyn Wallace, the aforementioned Ann Anenga are the runners who have yet to get to Governor. And once they get to Governor, as long as they get to Governor by, like, say, midnight, they're probably in good shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 11:45 midnight, they're going to be probably fine to get down there. It's a 7.5 miles more or less, mostly downhill, mostly on a road.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a handful that are making their way.
So I heard a story about runners. So as I was wandering the streets, those mean streets of Silverton last night, searching for a beverage of ill repute, I came across Eureka Station, our old friends Billy and Amanda Grimes. And they told me, I didn't realize this, but apparently there is a mother-son combination running the event this year.
I think that's Susan and David Henry.
Yeah,
yes,
and
indeed.
They are moving along, trucking along into Governor at just a few minutes ago. So, another one of those great stories to follow here as part of the Hardrock 100. Susan and David Henry. Susan, the mother of David, currently at about mile 36. Plenty of time, moving well. As long as they're out of Governor here in the short term, they will have 5 hours or just under 5 hours to make it about the 7.5 miles to Uray. As we mentioned, of that 7.5 miles, like 7 of them are downhill and runnable.
Mm-hmm. Just a note on David Henry. I know David, and if he just walks by in the street, he's another gas station Anton. I mean, they're all over the place, but a quick look and it's like, wait, that's Anton. Susan Henry does not look like Anton, but from Baker City, Oregon, 64 years old. I know she's been trying for about a decade to get into the race. Susan's husband, Lauren, who's David's father, is a hip replacement patient, so I've been in touch with him as he's making his way back from hip replacement. He too is an ultra runner. It's a full-blown ultra running family. But good that you got that feedback from the Grimes. Now, are the Grimes crewing them, or?
So the Grimes are actually crewing another runner. They're crewing a woman who is a longtime friend of theirs, Jenny Fox out of it was Jenny Fox out of Steamboat Springs, I believe, who they were crewing, and they're going to be pacing as well. So, I'm sorry, I apologize, Ellie Fox. I knew the last name was Fox. So it is Ellie Fox that they are crewing here at Hardrock this year. I was running into Billy and Amanda, and noted that it was the first time in several years that neither one of them was running.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Billy getting his first finish, I believe, 2 years ago, and Amanda, I think, is a 4-time finisher. So Billy's got some work to do to catch up to his better half.
Yeah, as John Medinger likes to say, just another ultra guy who married up.
Yep. Absolutely.
Indeed. Well, we're just about ready to wrap it up here, Chris. Let's give the audience one more big run through before we head off to what will likely just be a brief nap.
Absolutely. Let me pull up my numbers, and I will share those here in just a moment.
We're going to sign off here at about 10:30. We'll be back probably 1:30 or 2. We'll be tracking it, but Chris will give you an update up to the minute of where we are with our runners, and then we'll sign off.
All right. On our top 10 on the women's side, Courtney DeWalter, Kareth Arnold, Tara Dower, Jenny Pierce, Erin Shaw, Bailey Eppard, Darla Askew, Casey Lichtheig, Jenny Fox, and it looks like Chelsea Topping and Megan Slavin are kind of hanging neck and neck for our F10.
More or less a tie for F10 between Chelsea and Megan, it looks like.
In the men's run, Ludo Pomeray out to a big lead on the field. Jimmy Elam in second. David Ayala has moved up to third. We've confirmed that, of course. Jason Schlarb in fourth. Ryan Smith in fifth. Arlen Glick in sixth. After Arlen, there is a sizable gap. Paul Terranova in seventh. Nick Curry has moved up to eighth because that's what Nick Curry does.
Nick Curry does.
Nick Curry went from basically 10th or 11th to 8th. And interestingly, he looks like about 30 or 45 minutes back of Paul Terranova, and now is 33 minutes back. So he could be moving up to 7th here before long, depending on how the climb up and over Handy's Peak goes.
To put this in perspective, at Kroger's at mile 32.7, okay, the race leader Ludo Pomeray was through in 12:51. Nick was through in 3:52. 3 hours. He was 3 hours behind at Kroger's. All right. And right now, he is not even 3 hours behind.
So impressive. So impressive. But, that was Nick Curry moving up from 11th or 10th to 8th. Richard Cook in 9th. Mark Mars rounding out the top 10 at this point. And that is where we stand.
And I'll just jump in with one more because these are Nick Curry's aid station times in aid stations. At Cam Traverse, 0 minutes. Chapman, 1 minute. Telluride, 4 minutes. Kroger, 1 minute. Governor, 0 minutes. Uray, 4 minutes. Engineer, 2 minutes. Grouse, 1 minute. That's how you do. So he right now has 16 minutes of total aid station time.
That's so impressive.
Yeah.
So impressive.
16 minutes of total aid station time in 8th place. Just by comparison, that's exactly what Ludo has.
Yeah, that could be a very interesting situation to follow as things begin to approach the finish here. For those that were wondering with regard to the gaps between Jimmy and Courtney, at Burroughs it was about an hour. So depending on what has happened between Burroughs and Sherman, there's really not a lot of opportunity for things to really get crazy between those two aid stations, correct?
No,
Yeah.
really. Between Burroughs and Sherman?
Yeah.
No. It's a 4-mile road.
Yeah.
Gradual downhill.
So Jimmy was in Sherman, took his time, took about 7 minutes, came in at 9:19, came out at 9:26. Courtney looks like, basically, could be hitting Sherman here any moment now. And that's what, I would expect. If you're talking 10:22, maybe, say she hits it in the next 3 to 5 minutes, you're talking, still about an hour break, hour gap, give or take. So obviously things are far from decided here. Well over 25 miles to go here at the 2026 Hardrock. But right now things are kind of gaps have been created. Yep. At the front of the pack.
I would say as we go into the overnight, keep an eye out for David Ayala. He seems to be moving well and probably going to keep Courtney honest.
All right. Well, on that, I think we are going to take our pause on our commentary, and we'll be returning to witness the winners here of the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra, whoever they may be. Now, we may have our assumptions and our expectations, but at the same time, I've woken up to some strange things.
Indeed.
And so, AJW, let's go grab some rest, and we will tune in with you bright and early tomorrow morning. Probably, I'm thinking, like you said, maybe in the next 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess around 2 a.m., 1:45, 2 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. We'll see you then, everybody.
All right, take care, folks.
moving so fast, and I'm gonna take you traveling the world. But I gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. I'll give you all of what I've got. The fancy finds, baby, I have not. Just gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you, baby. Cross my heart and hope to die. Golden trinkets, mobile phone, expensive shoes, you can get your own. Just gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. Just gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you, babe. Cross my heart and hope to die. Thank you.
getting out of this one. Getting out of this one.
the city life and the crazy nights. Figure I should probably give it a try. Maybe check it out, see what it's all about. But the traffic was fast and the money was slow. The people I met, you never know. I kinda miss this place I used to live back home. 'Cause up here it's breakneck, paycheck, rat race, what's next? I'm tired of feeling like a small fish in a big pond. I think I'll go back where I came from, where everybody knows my name. My friends are still the same. I guess the slow life hit me just right, like a bonfire on a cold night. Hell, and you can keep your 9 to 5. I'm happy with the simple life. Yeah, I ain't here to try to change your mind, trying to save your time. In case you're thinking about breaking out the bucket list, girl, you can skip this funny business. 'Cause up there it's complicated and overrated. Down here everything is understated. That's alright by me. I got everything that I need, but there is breakneck, paycheck, rat race, what's next? I'm tired of feeling like a small fish in a big pond. I think I'll go back where I came from, where everybody knows my name. All my friends are still the same. I guess the slow life hit me just right, like a bonfire
I wanted her, I couldn't stay the same, so I stopped going down on Friday nights. I stopped drinking with the boys. Yeah, everything she asked left in the past. Flip that.
Ultra Fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
get no rest. No, no. I've been down so long that my mind can't get no rest. No, no. This ain't easy, darling, 'cause the devil's on my trail. I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh yeah, I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh no, it ain't
you're feeling low, all stressed out with no place to go. You need something to ease your troubled mind. Social media and sleepless nights, final call for the deadline flight. All you want is to leave it all behind. Now there is a simple remedy to stay fit for all eternity. Spoonful, spoonful, just a spoonful a day. Spoonful, spoonful, the doctor says it's okay. Spoonful, spoonful, just a spoonful a day. Spoonful, spoonful, the doctor says it's okay. And you don't have to watch your weight. Load up your portion control plate. Just a spoonful burns the fat away. It's fantastic and it's for free. And as long as you agree to be the product, you'll never have to pay. 'Cause there is a simple remedy to stay fit for all eternity. Spoonful, spoonful, just a spoonful a day. Spoonful, spoonful, the doctor says it's okay. Spoonful, spoonful, just a spoonful a day. Spoonful, spoonful, the doctor says it's okay.
I'm a genius, didn't even graduate. Don't have a project, not verified. But when I go out, I feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see 'em. Do you think I'm reading? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this full of feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you love, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe overshared. Joke that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy.
get no rest. No, no. I've been down so long that my mind can't get no rest. No, no. This ain't easy, darling, 'cause the devil's on my trail. I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh yeah, I've been running so long that my feet don't work no more. Oh no, it ain't easy, darling, when the devil's on my trail. Oh yeah. Gonna tell you one more time, I can't run, I can't hide, I can't stay in no more. No, I can't run, I can't hide, I can't stay in no more. Oh no, 'cause when the devil's out to get you, you better pray and run slow. I'm gonna tell you one more time, baby. When the devil's out to get you, you better pray and run slow. Oh no.
Cause I'm gonna wait until the end of time.
helped inspire my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
For me, the adventure starts in the mind. In the daydreams. In wondering what's possible.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'm running down the street, running down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
regular days would turn into never-ending weekends or ordinary way. No, do you get when it comes low? You plus me up, ripple effect, one dreaming architect. Hey, what do you say?
Some get hooked the day they're born. Some fall into it as time moves on. Some are defenseless when Cupid strikes. But I've been heartless ever since I opened my eyes. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah, I'm gonna run from love. Ain't nobody gonna get me to slow it down. I'm gonna run from love. Some are weary and some are lost. Some keep their spirits up at any cost. Some pay the price and some only talk. But I've been feeling nothing since the day I could walk. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah, I'm gonna run from love. Ain't nobody gonna get me to slow it down. I'm gonna run from love. Yeah. I'm gonna run.
tell by the way I'm talking. I see they got a hold on you. I can tell by the way you've been walking. It's getting hard, mama. It's getting hard. It's getting hard, mama. It's getting hard. July comes and you burn out in the sun, and it's hotter than a jungle too. Praying for the winter, but it ain't much better when your feet are freezing off in your boots. It's getting hard, mama. It's getting hard. It's getting hard, mama. Oh, it's getting hard. The bright lights got a hold on me. You can tell by the holes in my pockets. So before they get a hold on you, put your money in the safe and lock it. It's getting hard, mama. Oh, it's getting hard. It's getting hard, mama. Yeah, it's getting hard. Take a train ride, hop out on the east side. The women there look right, but they ain't looking at you. You ain't got nothing, don't try to give them a song. They don't want it even if you do. It's getting hard, mama. It's getting hard. It's getting hard, mama. It's getting The bright lights got a hold on me. I'm hurting, man, I'm bleeding. New York City's a place to be. If a hard time you've been needing. It's getting hard, mama. Oh, it's getting hard. It's getting hard, mama.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
is gonna rise each and every time, but I've still got Tennessee on my mind. From Reaper's Fork to Watertown, and maybe Johnson City.
Adult Aspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'm running down the street, running down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on